Good morning. Good morning. My name is Kehomodite Mere. I'll be the program director for today. I would like to extend my greetings to our deputy chairperson, Naidu, Subra Naidu. Apologies for that, DC, and the delegates of the CGE, and the commissioners as well as our esteemed guests. Just a couple of ground rules that the house rules of today's proceedings. Please put all our phones on silent, or alternatively switch them off if you're unable to put your phone on silent. Secondly, the proceedings and the hearings will be aired on on different social media platforms, such as Instagram, Facebook, as well as YouTube. Our legal proceedings, pictures are taken during the legal proceedings. So if there's any objections to your picture being taken and published as well, maybe please show us with a raise of hands if there are any objections to pictures being taken. Okay, without any show of hands, I believe there's no objection in that regard. Restrooms are on your left when you exit. There's just a board on the left that you must just look out for that indicates that restrooms are on that side. The program will be conducted as follows. We will have our welcome, that's done by our deputy chairperson. After that, we'll have the purpose of the hearing that will be presented by our CEO. Section 12 of the proceedings will then be presented by our acting HOD, Mr. Tsietsi Shuping. There will be a presentation. Oh, there's an objection to photos being taken. CEO, would you like to address the issue of the photos being taken? Just to continue, after the presentation that will be done by Rob of Again Administration, there will then be a session of questions and responses as well as reflections. Then we will break for tea, where the session will only be indulged for 15 minutes. Thereafter, we will then come back. There will be a presentation on the responses we received from COCTA, which will be done by our acting HOD. The administration of oath will then also be conducted by our HOD. A presentation will then be done by COCTA to present their responses. After the responses from COCTA, we'll then proceed with a session of questions and which will be directed and headed by our commissioners. Thereafter, there will be reflections which will be done by Commissioner Mlalo. That will then be the end of our program. Then we will then depart with lunch at that time. So I'll then open the proceedings and start by welcoming DC to the podium to continue with the welcome.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, colleagues, distinguished guests. Welcome to this morning's engagement. I just want to briefly go through who we are as the Commission and how we derive our powers, and thereafter formally open this morning's engagement. As alluded to, my name is Prabhashini Subrayan Naidu. I am the Deputy Chairperson of the Commission for Gender Equality. The Commission for Gender Equality is an independent statutory body established in terms of Section 181 of the Constitution, and our mandate is provided for in Section 187 of the Constitution, as well as in the Commission for Gender Equality Act. The Commission for Gender Equality Act, Section 11E, provides that we are mandated to conduct investigations upon receipt of a complaint regarding gender inequality. In terms of our APP, we are entitled to look at systemic issues affecting a province, and in the province of the Northwest, we have identified the allocation of land by traditional authorities as an issue that required an investigation upon receipt of a complaint. That is the reason we are gathered here today. On behalf of the Commission, welcome, and I formally declare the session open. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DC, for that warm welcome. We will then proceed to the next item, which is the purpose of the hearing. I'll then ask our CEO to just join me on the podium to highlight the purpose of the hearing.
Thank you so much, Program Director. As the Deputy Chairperson indicated, we are a constitutional body, and part of our responsibilities is to ensure that we conduct oversight on issues that concern gender equality, and we promote gender equality in terms of our oversight. Now, our research unit, as well as our legal department, released and conducted investigations around the allocation of land in the past financial year 2023-2024. And various provinces were sampled in that study. And the purpose of that study was to really identify the barriers that hinder the allocation of land in different societies in South Africa. Now, as a result of that, we have then resolved to conduct what we call a systemic investigation across the sectors, particularly in this province, because it was one of the provinces that was flagged to say there's something that is not systemic, that is not consistent in terms of the allocation of land. And then we felt, therefore, it's important that we engage the relevant duty bearers to get a full understanding of the existing challenges so that it can inform the final report that we have as an institution. As you would know that at the end of each financial year, we are expected to prepare reports which we table before Parliament, and then we ventilate this before different portfolio committees. So we are here today to really understand how land allocation is done in the province. To what extent is gender equality being considered in the process of land allocation? We want to identify existing systems pertaining to land allocation to the extent that such systems promote gender equality. Of course, we also know that we have complaints that have been reported, and we want to understand how such matters have been resolved by the relevant duty bearers. So we'll look at, of course, the synergy between the council, the house, and the department to determine how are they collaborating to ensure that in the process of allocating land, there is synergy, but gender equality as one of the grounds in the Constitution is definitely considered. So in a nutshell, that's just why we are here, and we are hoping to have a robust, meaningful engagement, because ultimately what is important is persons that are not here, that are keen to ensure, are keen on the outcome that ensures that gender equality is realized in the province as well. Thank you so much, Program Director.
Thank you, CEO. I'll then call over Mr. Tsietsi Shuping to outline the statutory provision that regulates these proceedings, Section 12 of the CG Act.
Thank you, Program Director. Mine is to outline the mandate of the Commission for Gender Equality. The Commission is an independent statutory body established in terms of Chapter 9 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. The powers and functions of the Commission are outlined in the Commission for Gender Equality Act. The Commission is a state institution with the purpose of strengthening constitutional democracy in the Republic. It is independent and subject only to the Constitution and the law. It must be impartial and exercise its powers and perform its functions without fear, favor, or prejudice. Through legislative and other measures, other organs of state must assist and protect Chapter 9 institutions to ensure their independence, impartiality, and dignity and effectiveness. No person or organ of state may interfere with the functioning of Chapter 9 institutions in the execution and furtherance of its mandate. The Commission for Gender Equality, as provided for in terms of Section 187 of the Constitution, must promote respect for gender equality and the protection, development, and attainment of gender equality. The Commission has the powers as regulated by national legislation necessary to perform its function, including powers to investigate, research, advise, and report on issues concerning gender equality. It may make recommendations to Parliament in accordance with Section 15 and 16 of the Commission for Gender Equality Act. And in terms of Section 11, 1A of the Commission for Gender Equality Act, the Commission has the authority to monitor and evaluate practices and policies of, among others, public bodies, private institutions. In terms of Section 11(1)(e), it enables the Commission to investigate complaints on receipt of a complaint or on its own accord. In exercising its mandate as per the legal process, the Commission utilizes the notice to appear, which carries legal implication, unlike the ordinary stakeholder engagement where attendance is not compelled. This process requires enforcement and accountability. Section 12, subsection 4B of the Commission for Gender Equality Act provides that the Commission may require any person by a notice in writing under a hand of a member of the Commission addressed and delivered by the sheriff to appear before it at the time and place specified in such a notice and to produce to specified articles or document in possession in custody or under their control, provided that such a notice shall contain reasons why such presence is needed and why such articles should be produced. The Commission may, through a member of the Commission, administer an oath or take affirmation from any person in the paragraphs during the proceedings or any person present before the Commission who appeared before it, and it may question them under oath or affirmation. Section 12, subsection 5 of the Commission for Gender Equality provide that a person who is questioned under subsection 4 shall be competent and compelled to answer all questions put to them regarding any fact or matter connected with the investigation, shall be compelled to produce to the Commission any article or document in their possession or custody or under their control which may be necessary in connection with the investigation. Section 12, subsection 6 provides that any person appearing before the Commission may be assisted at such an examination by an attorney or advocate or both. Section 18 provides offenses and penalties. It provides that a person who, without just cause, refuses or fails to comply with the notice under Section 12 or refuse to take an oath or take affirmation as requested by the Commission, refuse to answer the questions that are put to them, refuse or fail to furnish particulars or information requested after having been sworn in, gives false evidence before the Commission, knowing which evidence to be false or knowing or believing it to be true, willfully interrupts the proceedings at an investigation or misbehaves in a manner and place which investigation is held, defames the Commission or a member of the Commission in their capacity as a member in connection with the investigations, does anything if such investigation were proceedings in a court of law would have constituted contempt of court, the person shall be guilty of an offense and liable on conviction to a fine or imprisonment of a period not exceeding 6 months. Thank you, Chairperson. That is the process of the Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Shubing, for highlighting the statutory provision that will be regulating these proceedings. I will then call on to Ms. Aplani to do the presentation in respect of the responses received from Royal Bafokeng's administration.
The next slide, please. The Commission for Gender Equality in the Northwest Province, through its gender trend analysis, it has identified the influence of gender, marital status, when it comes to land allocation by customary, in terms of customary law by traditional authorities, as a systematic gender issue that requires a systematic a systematic investigation. Therefore, this investigation comes as a result of the numerous complaints that the Commission has received relating to land allocation. For example, the first complaint alleged that within the Royal Bafokeng jurisdiction, men who are unmarried, they are not given access to allocation of land. Numerous correspondence was sent to the Royal Bafokeng administration. A meeting was held between the Commission for Gender Equality and also the officials from Royal Bafokeng administration. A preliminary report was obtained from the Royal Bafokeng, which stated that the said complainant's application has been received and is under verification. As to date, we have still not received the final report relating to that complaint. Furthermore, this investigation is as a result of the research report which was launched by the Commission for Gender Equality in the financial year 2024, titled Exploring Barriers to Women's Access to Communal Land in Selected Provinces. This report found that in the Northwest Province, 28% of women have access to land, and 46% of men have access to land in the Northwest Province. This research also found that most women are dissatisfied with the fact that after land allocation application have been made to the relevant traditional authorities, they take time as to giving them the actual outcome of the particular status relating to the land allocation application. As a result, we could see in this report that women are sitting on the sidelines, observing as the patriarchal laws and principles deprived them of their freedom, dignity, and land rights. And this has a negative effect on gender equality. This report also showed that it is a common practice in the Northwest Province that women who are 40 years of age and are unmarried have access to land, and it is a difficulty for men who are unmarried and are 40 years and above. Please move. Next slide, please. As a result, through the investigation, we instituted our Section 12 proceedings against the Royal Bafokeng due to the lack of response and trying to understand what is their land allocation processes in terms of customary law. And as a result, we sent the Royal Bafokeng a questionnaire and a notice, and relating to the questionnaire, this was the response that we have received. Relating to how or which policy regulates land allocation within the Royal Bafokeng jurisdiction, they provided that the Royal Bafokeng's land allocation, it is administered according to their custom, traditions, and practices. Next slide, please. Furthermore, the requirements for the land allocation application is that, 1, any Mofokeng of age can apply for land allocation, and the following documents are required. 1, a confirmation letter, which is lekwalo la kgotla, confirming that the prospective applicant is a member of the kgotla by extension e Mofokeng. B, tshwetso ya kgoro, decision from kgotla to support the request of an affected prospective applicant. copies of IDs, birth certificates, marriage certificates, decree of divorce. Next slide, please. And from the above, the CGE is concerned with the response provided by RBA because the response is evasive. For example, the answer provided that any Mofokeng of age can apply for land allocation fails to provide details as to what is a Mofokeng of age. Is it a minor? Is it an adult? What does it mean? Next slide, please. Relating to how the process unfolds with relating to land allocation, RBA submitted that, firstly, the applicant must first approach what they call a kutle, which recommends his or her application to the traditional ward known as khotla. Then the khotla or the traditional ward recommends the application to the RBA Land Use Management and Town Planning Department, which then verifies this application and recommends the allocation in terms of the town planning master plan to the Office of the Kgosi for approval. Furthermore, RBA submitted that the applications of land allocation are managed at a central place, which is RBA. Therefore, the applicant cannot go directly to the Kgosi or Khosana to make an application for land allocation. And furthermore, an administrative fee of 680 is payable. This amount is divided as follows. 250 is for the stand, and then 430 is for the connection of water. Next slide, please. Relating to when an applicant can be informed of the status of their application, RBA submitted that it depends on the availability of the service stands. And they also provided that as soon as the stand applications are approved, the applicants are called telephonically and informed about the application. This notification normally takes a week after the approval. From the analysis of this response, again, the CGE is also concerned with how the questions or the response was provided, because it is unclear, and the CGE found it very difficult to understand the process, how it rolls out. For example, it is not provided as to who are the members of the kutle and who heads it, who the applicant approaches in the kutle to make the land allocation, whether the applicant must. Can we please move to the other slide? Whether this application is in writing or is it oral, when an applicant pays for the administrative fee, at what stage does one have to pay the administrative fee? Is it at the beginning or once it has been approved? Who the administrative fee is paid to? Who physically hands over the land and what this process entails? And how long an applicant waits until they're informed of the outcome of their application. Next slide, please. Furthermore, RBA submitted that the land that they hold is a communal land, and they do not issue out any title deeds whatsoever, but rather with relating to evidence to show the land rights of an applicant, they issue out what they call a permission to occupy, PTO. The CGE also observed that it is not clear when an applicant is issued with the PTO, who issues this PTO, and what happens to the copy of the PTO for purposes of record keeping. Furthermore, it was submitted that for how this process of land allocation rolls out is that a traditional khotla, which is headed by a khosana, by a Khosana co-signs lekwalo la Khosana and tshwetso ya kgoro in relation to the application of the land. Members of the Khotla verify if the applicant is a Mofokeng. Furthermore, it is noted that Royal Bafokeng Administration, as the custodian of the Department of Land Use and Management and Town Planning, it manages the allocation of land and infrastructure. And once the Office of Khosi has approved the land allocation. The role of community members in the allocation of land is that community members are called upon to take resolutions in relation to awarding of notarial leases and servitude over the Royal Bafokeng Nation land, which is normally tabled and approved by the community at the Khotla Khote. Khotla Khote. Oh, okay, Khotla Khote. Khotla Khote. Which is a general meeting. Which is a general meeting of the community of the Bafokeng, where persons of 18 years can vote. Next slide, please. Relating to what is the criteria for acceptance and rejection for the application. RBA submitted that the criteria for acceptance or rejection of the application is compliance with the requirements which was mentioned earlier on, which is the production of documents such as the lekwalo la khotla and all the necessary documents, and the virtue of you being Mofokeng of age. Therefore, CGU observed that the submission of RBA is vague, as the response does not provide a clear criterion for rejection. Relating to what steps can an applicant take if they are unhappy about the outcome of the application. RBA submitted that an applicant can go back to his or her lekhotla and raise the dissatisfaction, and when the issue remains unresolved, the Khosana of that lekhotla can bring the dissatisfaction to the RBA Land Affairs and Town Planning Department. If the issue is still not resolved, depending on the complexity of the issue, a multidisciplinary committee will be convened with a view to resolve the issue. Next slide, please. Relating to land demarcation and land tenure security. It was put to Royal Bafokeng as to how are the boundaries of residential and arable land determined. And they submitted that Royal Bafokeng Nation has developed and approved an infrastructural and developmental master plan which has identified strategic land parcels for different uses. Relating to records that determine land boundaries being kept, RBA submitted that. They keep records through RBA Town Planning Unit and the Deeds Office in respect of the farms that form part of the Bafokeng village. Next slide, please. Furthermore, relating to the restrictions placed on land use, they provided that upon being granted the right of use of land, every stand card, which is the PTO, has conditions of use. What steps or procedures are followed to ensure that the same plot is not allocated more than one applicant? They submitted that through accurate record keeping. It was further put to them that what happens to land allocation when the person to whom the land was allocated dies? They submitted that when one passes, their heir in terms of RBN, Royal Bafokeng Nation customs traditions, and the law of succession applies. Furthermore, relating to whether there is any register or list of persons that they keep relating to allocation of land. They submitted that they do not have a historical record, but they have started keeping records in the recent past. And relating to the disintegrated information that we requested from them, the numbers are as follows. Next slide, please. In 2019, it was provided that 33 women were granted access to land, and 39 men were also provided access to land. Married couples, there were 38. Divorced or unmarried were 24. In 2020, there were 30 women who were given access to land. 54 men were granted access to land. And 47 couples, married couples, were provided with access to land. Divorced or unmarried, there were 37. In 2021, there were 16 women who were granted access to land, 42 men, and married couples, there were 40. Divorced or unmarried, there were 18. In 2022, there were 27 women, and men, there were 42. Married couples, there were 42. And divorced and unmarried, there were 71. Next slide, please. 27, sorry for that. And from this table, it illustrates that over the 5-year period from 2019 to 2024, more men were allocated land than women, as 60% of the successful applicants were men, and only 40% of women were provided with access to land. Furthermore, married applicants were allocated than those that were not, with married applicants constituting 55.8% of successful applicants. The RBA also indicated that no African persons have been allocated land, no persons with disabilities. For this, demographics do not appear in the above table. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blunt, for the presentation. I'll then call over Acting HOD Legal Services, Mr. Titi Shipping, to do the administration of oath. Just to highlight, the administration of oath we will require the person from, the delegate from Royal Bafokeng who's going to be doing the presentation to just also stand when Mr. Shipping calls for someone to do the administration of oath. So we need the official to be here to take the oath.
Thank you. Yes, so this is the process of taking an oath. The Commission issued 2 notices for the appearance of the 2 accounting officers in respect of their functions as they indicated. So at the moment, the first one who will be presenting can come forward to take an oath, and further, the second one may also follow to present in respect of their functions.
Yes, I wanted to address specifically that point because we were invited here. We were not aware that we were coming to make presentations. We thought we were going to speak to the questionnaire that was sent to us that we responded to. So I'm not sure what is expected in terms of presentation, but I see as you're going through the responses that there are observations that are made and some strong language that is used in the responses that were evasive and all that, when in fact we provided responses based on the space that is provided there. And we had anticipated that in the unlikely event or in the likely event that there would be clarity that is sought, will then be approached, and then we can then provide that. But now, as it is, we have responses there that we think if we are going to make presentations, if we had the benefit of the observations that were made, then we would then have a comprehensive presentation that will also be taking care of those particular items. So what I'm basically stating is that we were not aware of the nature and format of how these proceedings are going to unfold, and therefore we are not prepared. I have the notice that was sent to me. I can read it for you quickly in the event that you're looking for that one. The notice that was served on me by the sheriff basically just invites us to this particular sitting here.
All right, thank you. Just for the sake of moving, let me just take you to the relevant clause that informs you regarding the presentation. If you look at the notice, can you look at page 3, which is clause 8 of the notice? Yes, it is page 3 of the notice. Did you find it? Page 3 of the notice. Yes, there's clause 8 there. Yes, it is saying that the purpose of the submission and presentation is to inform the Commission on the role of your department in the process of land allocation by royal authorities in the Northwest Province in accordance with the Constitution. And in fact, the sentence before, 7, says that you will be required to provide oral submission or presentation before the Commission on the above mentioned place. So those details were there. So however said, indeed the presentation that or the submissions that you will make, it is in accordance with that questionnaire that we gave you. So yes, you can indicate if you have a PowerPoint presentation, it is fine, you can present it. If you do not have it, we do have a questionnaire with your answers. You can proceed to provide the answers in a manner that you are comfortable. You can join us and proceed to provide answers as well. And with the analysis that we gave, it is evaluation from the Commission in accordance with our mandate, and you will have, this is then your opportunity upon taking an oath then to then explain the way your information is in responding to our analysis. Yes. Yes, no problem. You will be allowed to also alert your colleagues to assist you in delivering. So what we need is you will come and take an oath that this is your name and your role or your title, then it's fine. When you present, you will then guide us. You are the first presenter as per the notice, the second presenter. So for now, at the moment, can we have the first presenter to come and take an oath, please?
Is there a problem if we flight those observations that were presented just
No
now,
problem.
so that we are able to then talk to those observations or findings by the Commission?
Thank you, no problem.
Thank
Can
you.
you please help us with the USB? Then the IT can assist you there. And then to flight, and then in the meantime, then the first person to take an oath can join us.
for 5 minutes so that we can align, so that we then, it is between ourselves because we are two officials, then we can agree who takes what and we take this process forward.
Thank you, Chairperson. With your indulgence, can we allow them 5 minutes to do that? Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. The process that we are embarking on, it goes back to the right of reply, right? Because it must be a fair process where you are able to give us meaningful inputs. To the extent that when we publish the final report, you are not saying, hey, this one, we don't know about it. Now, what was presented there was preliminary observation by the legal department, meaning whatever it is that you submitted, when they looked at it, certain things did not make sense. And it's upon you now to say, as you are going back, you want to clarify certain things so that when we are done, we are all on the same page, right? What we will do, except, is we are going to give them the questionnaire that they completed, reflect on the answers and expand a little bit where you feel you did not expand so that we can have a better understanding. What you ought to recall, what you need to understand from your side, you need to give us more information so that we can understand from your perspective. You understand? We don't want to assume certain things. We don't want to conclude certain things without you giving us meaningful information. So we will permit the adjournment. But what is important is the person who's going to take an oath, you are not permitted to mislead the commission. Where information you are uncertain of, you are permitted to say, can we come back in writing on this issue? So that you don't find yourself now saying information that is inaccurate or incomplete. So we'll adjourn, the person will take an oath, whoever will present thereafter will be also expected to say to the best of their knowledge, this is the information that they are known. And we are going to have a question and answer session. And even in that question and answer session, there may be specific questions that you are not ready to respond to. Let's say, for argument's sake, statistics, because I have a certain question here around the statistics. I am mindful that you may not necessarily have those statistics with you now, but we must therefore understand that you have the right to say, can we come back to point A, B, and C in writing so that we consider that in totality. Does that make sense? All right, so we are going to adjourn for 10 minutes and then come back, then we'll hear your presentation. Thank you then.
Thank you, everyone. We'll now proceed with the proceedings. I will then hand over to Mr. Tsitsipa Shuping to do the administration of oath, and I'll ask the delegate that's going to be taking the oath to please take a stand. You can take the oath.
Anyway, yeah.
You can take the oath. Give the cameras, please.
Oh, okay. Can we also thank you for the indulgence?
This side, please. Let us start with the one who will start first, and then let's go. We'll take you after this. All right, you can just follow. Yes, all right, take care. Thank you. Thank you for the purpose of taking an oath or affirmation. Please state your full names for the record.
Obakeng Phetoe.
All right. Do you wish to take an oath or affirmation?
Yes.
Which one? Oath?
Oath of oath.
Which one? Thank you. And then please repeat after me and say, I, full names,
I, Obakeng Phetoe,
do hereby make oath and state,
do by make oath and state,
I know and understand the contents
I know and understand the contents
of the declaration I'm about to deliver.
of the declaration I'm about to deliver.
I have no objection
I have no objection
to taking the prescribed oath.
to taking the prescribed oath.
I consider the prescribed oath
I will consider the prescribed oath
to be binding on my conscience.
to be binding on my conscience.
Please raise your right hand and say, I swear the contents of this declaration
I swear the contents of this declaration
are true.
are true.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, Chairperson. The deponent is duly sworn in.
Okay. Okay, dumelang bagolo again. As I've said earlier in my oath, my name is Obakeng Phetoe. We would like to thank the Commission very much for such an important opportunity, and to the extent that there was a misunderstanding this morning and it caused some confusion and inconvenience, we apologize. So let me start by saying that. I am the acting managing director of the Royal of King Administration. I've been acting since the 1st of April this year. With me, I've got a team of colleagues and elders who work in various departments and units and who deals with some of the pertinent issues that the Commission wants to understand today. So with your permission, Chair and Program Director, I will just introduce them and then they can just raise their hands as I introduce them, starting with Advocate Khosana Modisautsile Mokate. He's the head of Land Affairs in the RBA. Next to him is Khosana Joseph Rapetsana. He's in the governance institutions, traditional governance. We have next to him the secretary of the governing institutions, Re Molifira Khokong. Khokong. Sorry. Next to Re Khokong Renale Me Mathapelo Pitswe, coming from the same department as Re Molifi, governing institutions. Behind Me Mathapelo Renale Re Bashima Khale. He is the director in the director of operations at the office of Khosi. Next to him, we have Ntate Enikem. He's our town planner, working very closely with the land affairs. And next to him, we've got the head of legal for the Royal Bafokeng administration, Re Roni Mokhatle. As we have said, Baholo, we did not necessarily prepare a presentation, but submitted a questionnaire. And we are glad that Baholo seems to have gone through it and made observations, which we are very happy to unpack to the Commission today. And with your indulgence, Baholo, we are going to unpack them through taking turns in terms of areas of speciality or areas that my colleagues are dealing with in the RBA. I'm not sure if that is acceptable. Thank you. And then just to check logistically, do they come here and talk to that? Okay. And they'll still be audible. Thank you. Just starting, and I think these are these the observations, right?
That's correct. So some of the
Okay. Yeah, I think, Baholo, we will take guidance from you. Where you want us to expatiate, please allow us to do that. But we thought it is logical to say where Baholo may not have had questions for us or made observations for us, we'll take it that Baholo have understood. And where there's observations, perhaps we can provide further clarity, but we can take direction from Baholo. Or we can start with where there's observations, and then Baholo can still ask us questions where maybe observations were not specifically made. Where's the observation? Okay. The top one, okay. Okay. So, Baholo, this one is about a Mofokeng of age. And I think the question was, we are not clear what we mean by a Mofokeng of age. In this instance, I'm going to ask Advocate Khosana Remokate to perhaps clarify and give more color in terms of what we mean by a Mofokeng of age, qualifying for a stand, presidential.
Thank you, Rapid. And let me also extend my gratitude to the Honorable Commission. By Mofokeng of age, we include the following. If the woman is unmarried, she should be 40-year-old. If she's a 40-year-old and she has children, we consider her to be an appropriate applicant. A married couple has no age limit. So long they are married legally, they qualify to apply. And there are instances where parents have died. Find that a parent has died, a single or two parents have died, and children need a stand. We also consider such applications. We grant those children the stand, but we register the stand in the name of their deceased parents. There are instances where a male also is a single parent and is left with children, or he's taking care of children. In the interest of children, we always consider them. So the general view at Bafokeng is that the stands are allocated in the best interest of children. And even in cases of divorce or some such disputes, we always put best interest of children ahead. And in that instance, more often than not, or 99%, where there is divorce, because the mother always, or more often than not, keeps custody, the mother remains with children on the property. In terms of our custom, the husband must go and leave the children with the mother if there is a case of divorce. I think I covered all necessary parts. Thank you.
Thank you, Re Mokate. I just want to check our commission. Are we okay on that one? Okay, thank you. Okay, and then we can come back. Sharp. Which? The last paragraph. Go down. Okay. All right. I remember this question. Go up again, please. What was it? These are the questions, okay? Yeah. So I think we'll take them one by one. And I think I'm going to ask Re Khokong, and I know he has not yet taken an oath. But I think it's important for us, Baholo, in answering this question, to talk to the structure of Makota, Akopokeng. Thank you. So we thought before we get into the details of the questions, I think the structure will answer most or give at least context in terms of the questions that the Commission has asked. And perhaps Re Molifi, if you can assist us with how our kutles and khotlas are structured and how they generally process matters.
Thank you. Thank you. And greetings to the Commission and colleagues. A khotla is made up of families, and families constitute themselves as kutli. So kutli is a substructure of a khotla. So you may find one khotla which has 2 dikutli, some more. The kutles are made up of families and extended families. Some of them will be sharing surname. Some of them will be sharing descendants. Not descendants, but for grandfathers or, ancestors. Yeah, they're sharing ancestors. Now, members of Kutle, as I indicated, they are made up. Kutle is made up of families. So Kutles have elections on a regular basis. I think it's a 5-year term. They elect a committee which is made up of a chairperson, a secretary, and a deputy secretary, and a treasurer. So that Kutle serves for a period of 4 years, and the executive is made up of both males and females. That answers the first question in terms of who are members of Kutle and who is the Kutle. Kutle is headed by a chairperson who's elected by that family structure which is composing the Kutle. Now, when a person applies for a stand, he or she approaches Kutle, and the Kutle normally what you'll do, you go to the executive, indicating that you would like to be allocated a stand or apply for a stand, and the Kutle will then table the application at a meeting, whereupon after that, a letter is then issued to a member of Kutle for referring that particular application, recommending him to the Kotla. Kotla then issues what is called a tshwetso ya kgoro, which accompanies other documents, that forms a bundle of documents that accompanies an application for a stand allocation. Because we have town planning, we no longer use the system of people identifying a piece of land. So town planning does the demarcation and subdivisions. So members don't just identify land. They may have a preference, but it's not always granted because the applications are determined by town planning, depending on the suitability of the land and availability of services. That is your roads and water and electricity. Whether the application is oral in writing, in the first instance, when a person approaches Kutle, he approaches it and presents his or her desire to apply for a stand. What is then reduced to writing is the decision that is then communicated from Kutle to Kotla. That is in writing. And there's no administrative fee that is paid to Kotla or Kutle. There are some donations or contributions that are made for certain purposes. If they want to go on, let's say, to clean the graves or cemeteries, they sometimes contribute money, but it's not specifically for land allocation. The Kutles also have their own tents, their own pots, their own chairs for events like manyalo, that is weddings, and funerals. So contributions that are made by them is towards those kind of facilities that they own as a good. Where an administrative fee is paid for the application of land, it's paid to the administration. After an application has been successful, and Re'eni will explain, the person, after being approved, is given the banking details, pays the administrative fee, whatever fee that is payable there, into the bank account. The finance department then issues, on presentation of proof of payment, a receipt which is then processed further in terms of then issuing out the permission to occupy. Who physically hands over the piece of land? I think town planning will be doing that physically. There's nowhere where our leadership gets involved in terms of handing over of piece of land. Town planning will identify a piece of land, including demarcating it and then handing over to the person who's involved, who has applied. How long an applicant should wait until they inform the outcome of the application, or rather the outcome of the application is dependent on, one, whether the person has complied with all the criteria that is set, two, the availability of land, and availability of land is dictated to or determined by availability of services, that is service stands. We don't just allocate stands. We allocate stands that are serviced with potable water installed in a particular stand with clear demarcation on where the stand starts and ends. I think I covered.
Yeah, any wanted to add?
Thank you, sir. Can I maybe request that we go through the process now? Or
No,
should,
not
should it be?
later.
Okay, later on. Okay, thank you.
So I think we can go to the next one. Sorry, is there, have we missed something? The observation of the commission? Is the PTO thing, yeah. Okay, who issues the PTO? It's any. So any who issues the PTO and what does the PTO entail?
Okay, so morning again. The PTO is issued by the Land Use Management and Town Planning Department, and that PTO entails the conditions under which the stand is allocated to a person. Now, those conditions will include that it can only be used, for instance, when it's a residential stand for residential purposes, and for no other use than for residential purposes. The person is not allowed to subdivide the stand to somebody else without the permission from the Royal Bafokeng administration. And there's a general condition also that they should develop the stand within a certain period, because what we do find is people get stands allocated and they don't utilize the stands and then because there's a shortage of stands and service stands, it becomes problematic. So we encourage people to utilize the stand and to develop the stand normally within a period of 2 years. So that is mostly what the PTO contains of, and it's signed by the applicant after the approval of the stand, and a copy is kept by the applicant as well as a copy by the Royal Bafokeng administration for our records.
Thank you, Eni. If there's nothing else to add, we can go to the next observation. Ramakhali will guide me with the observations. No? Criteria accepted. Yeah, I think we have dealt with this part in terms of the process of. Yeah. Or what steps can we take if the. Yeah. So if the applicant is not happy with the outcome of the allocation of the stand, is that the question? What steps can be taken? Is it that one? What steps can? Yeah, if they're unhappy with the outcome, that was the question, the questionnaire to us, and then we answered. But is there an observation that the commission made on this one? Then the commission can also help us if we are missing something.
Yeah.
Yep.
Where the CGE observed that the submission is vague as the response does not provide a criterion for rejection. Maybe one should state that people who know that qualify apply. And in almost all cases, people who applied have been allocated or have gone through the process and have been allocated land. Now, the only people who don't meet the requirements. So this process can happen at any stage, from Kutle to Khotla up to the administration level. So at Kutle level, a person may found that he or she does not qualify. So that will be communicated there. And the reason that you would not qualify is that you would be maybe not of age, as described by Advocate Mukate, or that person maybe has another stand, or that person is not a Mofokeng.
Yep. So that deals with 4.6. We can go down. Okay, what happened there? Okay, maybe we can. Yep. It's the same page. Okay, maybe let's go to the next. Are we here now? Okay. Yeah, there's no observation here that I see. Okay. Is there a question? An observation? Okay, let's go down after the, see, yeah, I think there was an observation that the commission made on the stats, yeah. Yeah. That more men were more successful at 60% rate of success and 40% women success rate. Furthermore, that married applicants were allocated were allocated than those that are not married. At that percentage, 55.8, and then the RBA also indicated that non-African persons had been allocated, no non-African persons had been allocated land, and no persons with disabilities had been allocated land as well. It's an observation. For these reasons, the demographics do not appear in table 1 above. So, Ramokate, we want to take?
With the observation of the commission, with due respect, we submit the following. The results show applicants who have applied. There are no women who have been disqualified. So the totality of numbers is that the number of women you see there, those are the women who applied. No one has been rejected. With regard to the average of 40%, the details of the commission were that average of the province is about 28%. But we are at 40%, then we have far surpassed the provincial average of 28% of allocation of stands to women. And in general, we did not specify whether this one is a person with disability or not. Our statistics included all applicants. Maybe if the commission says, go back and check who is disabled or who has this impairment, that can be done, because disability would range from one thing to the other. If a person does not hear properly, the person is disabled. If their hearing capability is slightly impaired, that would be considered a disabled person. So that means that we would have to go throughout all the applicants and check their physical impairment, mental or otherwise. We did not do that exercise when we received applications. So we did not discriminate against any physically impaired or visually impaired person. We just dealt with applications as they came. Thank you, Dr. Pitt.
Thank you. Is there an addition?
Yeah, just also on that indication that no non-African persons had been allocated. So we allocate stands to Bafokeng. So we don't consider anybody other than Bafokeng. So a Mofokeng can be any person. So the first criteria is that person must be Mofokeng.
So meaning even a white person, if it's a Mofokeng, by whatever, they'll qualify. But any additions, colleagues? Ramakhale, I see when you are like this, you want to add. Yeah, I know you.
Thank you very much, Rapidwe. Thank you very much, Program Director, and good morning to everyone. And thank you very much to the Commission for this opportunity. Maybe just to clarify on this point, the process as it was outlined by Rekogong earlier on is that it starts from Gutle level. So you would have to belong to a Gutle for you to qualify for your application to be considered to a further stage of the process. So there is no way a non-Mofokeng or a non-African who is not a Mofokeng can apply if you don't belong to a Kutle. And that is why Rekhokong is saying only Bafokeng qualify to apply for sites, be it for residential or business purposes. Thank you.
Okay, Ramakate.
Thank you once more. I just need to qualify the issue of Mofokeng so that it be clear. Mofokeng is a person who belongs to a Kotla, a Kutle and a Kotla. We are not of homogeneous descent in Pokeng. We vary from different groupings. And up until recently, we were still accepting people to become Bafokeng. So like in my Kotla, to give an example, I've got Xhosas, Ndebeles in my Kotla who are Bafokeng and who are affiliated according to our custom. Our custom was that you pay a cow to affiliate. You get introduced to a local Kotla by whoever who brought you into the territory. And from a local Kotla, the Khosa now take you to the Khosi, and the people used to pay a cow to affiliate. So when we say Mofokeng, this is a generalization. But within Bafokeng, we have all ethnic groups. We have Zulus, Xhosas, Ndebeles, Tswanas, Sothos. So when we say Mofokeng, it should not be misunderstood. Because to give an example, in my Kotla, I've got the Ngomas, who are Ndebele by origin. And they occupy a very big place, which were given then by the then rulers. So this Mofokeng is a generalization, but it does not specify which ethnic group. Thank you.
Thank you and good day. I just want to emphasize the facts. Why do we do this administration in this way? Is because the land that we are talking about belongs to the Bafokeng. And the current Bafokeng must ensure that the generations to come must also find a piece of land, at least to stay, at least to graze, at least to do it in any other way. So that is why we've got procedures, and we are very serious in the administration of the land. I thank you.
Thank you. If that deals with that for now, at least, we can move on to the next, please. No, there was a question. Yeah, this is where we need to stand. Some of them have been answered, but we can repeat. Yeah, most of this. Yeah.
Mukate has just dealt with the first point.
Yep.
Repeat.
Yep, I agree. The membership.
Remukate, would you like to also talk to point B, which talks to codification of our customary law?
Thank you once more. Our customary law is not per se codified, but it appears in many books which have been written. There are several books where you can fathom some practices. This is customary law. It evolved after it was used and observed by the communities for a long time. And the custom is known to all people who stay in the area. So with the usage of time and with people all knowing it and being certain about how it is practiced, it evolved into being a customary law. And in law, as you may refer to a case of Van Verda, Van Vrede, I think it's Van Vrede. It's an old case of customary law, where it says the custom must be known by people. They should have practiced it for a long time, and it should have evolved into a known system. Then it is acceptable to be customary law. So we have those practices which are known, but others have been codified into other books. They've been mentioned in other books. For instance, Bafokeng family law is there. Other practices are mentioned in the Unknown Native by Naboth Mokhatle. If you go to Professor Brett's book, you'll see some practices mentioned there. So, and there's a recent book which was written also of Bafokeng family law, where it's titled The People of the Jew. There are practices you can fathom from those practices and see what is our custom. But in general, there is no specific codified Bafokeng law like the Zulu Code. We don't have that. Thank you.
Thank you. The second one has, I think, there's two parts to it, or the next one is the outcome of the applicant. I think any you addressed it, or maybe you can address it again in terms of how long does it take for somebody to know that they've been successful. And then perhaps you speak the next one, I think it's just the opposite of acceptance. So I think we debated how you get accepted and then the denial. I think we can, maybe you can just maybe some of the issues, but you had already answered it. You can just add if necessary.
Okay, in terms of the outcome of the application, there's an allocation process that's followed, and as soon as the applicant's application is on, as soon as the application has been approved, we make contact with the applicant. So when the applicant submits his application, he gives us his contact details at our town planning office, and as soon as the application has been gone through the whole process and been finally approved, the applicant is informed accordingly, and then the applicant will also pay the relevant fees, and the allocation will be done through the town planning office, as well as the water connection will be done. Yeah, it's all dependent on the after the application was approved, to get hold of the applicant. Sometimes it's easy to get hold of the applicant. They immediately come and pay. Sometimes it takes time. The contact details has changed. But we normally go then through the Hosanas and the Khotlas to get hold of the person, and then eventually he'll come and pay for the stand. But we try to do it within 2 weeks after the approval.
Yeah, that's the part I wanted you to say. To say under normal circumstances, if everything is normal, within 2 weeks, the person know. But I must emphasize that the person must have been verified and the stand must have been serviced. As we said, we don't give people stands that don't have water. Ramakhali, do you want to add?
No.
Okay.
I'm actually preparing myself for the next question.
Oh, okay, no, that's fine. The next question is the denial. What are the reasons for denial? And I think we spoke. Huh? Are we on D? No, there were two questions. How long does it take, and where the applicant is denied? What are the reasons for denial? That's what I said. We sort of touched it, but I wonder whether there's any additions that we need to make on the denial, because we talked about the acceptance, the opposite of which will be denial. So I'm not sure or Ramokato?
No, actually, I just wanted to correct something there.
Yeah.
We do have RBA and RBN.
Okay.
Now, I want the Commission to understand that the A stands for the administration, and then the N stands for the nation. So, in other words, the RBA is doing the administration of the RBN.
Yeah.
So, when you talk about people, we're talking about RBN.
Yeah.
But where the administration is done, we call it RBA. So that when you see the like
membership
like
of
the first
RBA,
one, how
yeah,
many
I
membership?
see.
You know, I think the question there is how many membership of the Royal Bafokeng Nation?
Yeah,
That's
and
the people, not the administration. So I just wanted just to correct that.
No, thank you for that clarity.
Maybe just to touch on that one, membership of the RBA. So this will be numbers that come from families, Kutle to Makotla, ultimately to the whole nation. So that will be the register that comes from there. But
Sorry.
we don't have the exact numbers, but as you can imagine, people get married into our into Bafokeng. Others get married out, others die, others get born. So we don't keep a census, an accurate census.
Yeah, so do you have anything to add on the reasons for denial? Anything to add over and above what you said? Ramokat is raising his hand. That's the second part of the question.
Look, if a person has a stand, obviously they cannot be given a second stand unless he marries the second wife or there are disputes which are pushing him out of that stand. Because the tribal court, at times when there are disputes in the family, the tribal court can recommend to say that these people, maybe it's a husband and wife or their siblings, they say these people, they have a stand, but because of the internal disputes, we have decided to separate them. In that case, then a person would be given an additional stand. But in general, all applicants who are members of the Royal Bafokeng Nation qualify to be given stands if they satisfy certain requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, and those requirements were articulated earlier.
On succession, we follow interstate succession as it is,
Yeah.
as it's practiced across the country. But of course, we are also mindful that we manage family dynamics to extent where we can, and that's where we involve the tribal court, but before the traditional court, but before matters get to the traditional court, we also have community developers who perform some mediation exercise where they have to intervene where there may be disputes. But generally, where this will is complied with to the extent that it's practical, there's no way where we get in as the administration, unless, of course, there's a dispute over the stand itself.
That was D, no? Yeah. Does it also cover E? Because there is about the PTO. How does that PTO then, in terms of success,
Pass on.
the pass
Yes.
on? Yeah.
It will follow interstate succession. So yes, because in some instances, when the parents die and the child is at very young age, that stand will still remain the property of those children. When they mature, then we have a process which Annie can also elaborate on, of change of ownership, which is one way of one acquiring stand. That is through application, through subdivision, and through change of ownership, where one inherits a stand flowing from the interstate succession or where there's a will that is left.
Anyone to add? Let Ramakhale go first, and then you can add.
So the second part of the question is conflict between custom and interstate law of succession. because the two, we apply both, and in most cases there isn't inconsistencies. So we don't find situations where we have to choose between either or in relation to succession in particular. Thank you.
And then, continue on your.
Yeah, I just want
the
to
part.
mention there's 3 types of applications basically when it comes to residential stands. The first one will be for a new residential stand. The second one will be subdivision, so we encourage people to subdivide their stands. And then a change of ownership, as Ray has mentioned, where there's maybe somebody that's not occupying the stand anymore, they moved away and they want and the stand can be changed into somebody else's name, or where the stand is changed from the name of the parents where they passed on to the children.
Yes, coming to the last one, what the procedure is when there is a dispute over communal stand. This also follows the process of the matter is resolved in the first instance at home, that is within the family. And if it cannot be resolved within the family, it's taken to Kutle. If it cannot be resolved at Kutle level, it goes to Khotla. If it cannot be resolved at Khotla, it then gets referred to the traditional court. And anybody who's not happy with the outcome of the traditional court, now we understand in terms of the new act, they have to take it on review at the High Court. But what they would normally do, they'll take it to the magistrate court. That's where appeals against the decisions of the traditional court or tribal court were taken. Oh, yeah. And this is also the place where the mediation also plays a role, where we have elderly members of the community who are, call them eminent members of the community, who provide a mediation role where they intervene and mediate in disputes amongst or between family members. And if it cannot be resolved there, then either party is free to then refer it for adjudication at the appropriate level. And our family developers are females, both of them.
I'm not sure if there's anything to add on this one.
Not really on that one, Rapid, but at the beginning of the presentation of the observations of the commission, there was mention made about a complaint that the Royal Bafokeng failed to respond to. Unfortunately, we didn't get the details of that complaint. Had we had the details of that complaint, we would be in a position to respond. We do have one that we can talk to, and I'm going to request Rekokong maybe to talk to that complaint, how we have handled that complaint to this far. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Of course, the first time we learned about the complaint that Renge had lodged was when we received correspondence from the commission. And incidentally, in the previous week, I received an email from Re Simon Rutwane, the Chief Director of Traditional Affairs in Coxta. That email was directed to Mapia Longo, who's the supervisor of community license. It's dated the 28th of November 2023. But I picked up in the email address that it's written to mapihelo.unko@bafike, not Bafokeng, which explains why she would have not received the email herself. But I got it from Re Simon Rutwane, and Re Rutwane was not aware that we are engaging in this particular exercise, but I had actually written to him to inquire as to if they are aware of this exercise that is taking place. That's when I get to learn about the initial communication from the Commission. So just also to put in context that, yes, the Commission may have communicated as far back as then, but we only got to learn about it when now I was there and I joined in September. And Rapid, as he says, he started acting in April. But we also learned that Renge lodged a complaint that he was not allocated a stand. And after receiving the complaint, I arranged a meeting with Renge to try to understand what the real issue was. And in my meeting, Renge indicated that he is no longer interested in pursuing the matter. But I wanted him then to maybe communicate it, not to me, but maybe to the Commission, but I wanted the details of where the issue arose from. He indicated that he had applied for a residential stand when he was still unmarried, and then he subsequently followed up that application after he got married, and he still needs that stand. But the only reason why he raised that particular concern was that people who applied after him have since been allocated stands whilst he was still waiting for his stand to be allocated a stand. And I did indicate to him that the stands are allocated based on one availability, and availability is determined by whether a stand is serviced, and serviced meaning that it has water connection, and there's roads, and it's clearly demarcated, and is certified to be suitable for habitation. Because more often than not, people insist on being put on places, and these are not suitable. We have a very serious challenge, Rapid will allude to, of our community in Rafreti, where people are now toitoing after they had insisted on being placed on that piece of land. It's now, we have water seeping through their houses. But be that as it may, in my engagement with Renge, he then indicated that he had also applied for a business stand, which was allocated to him. He runs a car wash. He applied for that stand, it was given to him. Almost around the same time when he applied for a residential stand. But I then indicated to him that because he stays in Luga, there are no stands available in Luga. Would he be willing to accept a stand anywhere else? He then indicated that he's prepared to stay in any of the villages of Bafokeng. As I indicated, or rather, I not indicated here, but Bafokeng is made up of 29 villages, with the furthest from the capital being around 40 kilometers to Tlapa, the furthest from Pugeng. And Renge indicated that he's prepared to accept a stand wherever. This was communicated to him that the process that has to be followed is that because in other villages, stands are under the supervision of Khoza, he will have to seek a transfer and follow the procedure that he gets accepted in that particular area for purpose of transfer. But in terms of processing the application, it's done administratively. So that was communicated to him in terms of the process that he has to follow to have his application finalized. Yes, indeed, this application was received, just to put on record, his application for residential stands, but it was not allocated because there are no service stands in Luga, where he lives, where he would have preferred to stay. And only recently he indicated that he is prepared to accept a stand anywhere in any of the villages of Bafokeng.
In addition to what Rekogong is saying, Luka itself, remember, is a mining area. So you would find that most of the places in Luka are not suitable for residential stands. The place could be open, but you find that the shafts were very shallow in the beginning. So it's not safe to allocate people in those areas around Luka. Others are insisting, and we always inform them that it is risky. We don't want to take liability of allowing them to stay in those areas, because we know when Impala started, their shafts, they were on a sliding scale, and that's where they started. So the area is the shafts are very shallow, and it's not safe to place people in those areas, because anytime anything can happen. We know with the mines, anything is possible. So that is why a recommendation is done to the people of Luka to say that in Luka, even if there's empty space, you see with your eyes, but most of the areas are unsuitable for allocation. Thank you.
Re a leboga, Commission, thank you. Oh.
And to put also proper context, 60% of Bafokeng land is basically mined or allocated for mining, 60%. And that leaves 40% for residential, grazing, that is agriculture and other related, cemeteries, roads, rivers, hills, industrial, and other commercial interests.
May I? Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for making that point. And I think the point that you're trying to make here is to say we've got a limited resource here in terms of the land. Therefore, as we allocate the land, we have to be mindful of the fact that the land does not grow in the same way as the people grow or population increases. But the point I wanted to make is the following. We have to make a distinction between residential sites as well as business sites. We have been focusing more on residential sites as we were responding to the questions that were raised by the Commission. And I want to particularly raise the issue of age in terms of being able to access commercial or a site for business purposes. Any Mufokeng, be it a woman or a man of any age of majority, is able to access a business site as long as they are able to comply with the requirements that are there or that are available for such applications to be considered. So the point here is that to access a business site is not age dependent or gender dependent and marital status dependent. Thank you.
In fact, in order to alleviate the challenge and also to plan forward, as we always try to do as RBN, a number of farms were acquired from private owners, and a large number of them are occupied by women who are into agriculture. And these farms go up to Southragans. Yes.
To further give context to our land use, we have a master plan in terms of which we allocate land. And some parts of land have been reserved for the CBD. Some parts of land have been reserved for industrial development. Some parts of land have been reserved for agricultural development. Recently, we elaborated on that plan and came up with 5 mini town areas where we are going to establish mini towns. And mostly it's along national roads where there are big intersections. And we're looking at 5 regions. In Pogeng, we have developed the area into 5 regions. So we don't want a person to move from northeast region and come and pay for water services at the capital. We would want to have mini administrative blocks in those 5 regions, have many towns in those regions where we would have garages, complexes, and services in general. So the master plan is such that we cannot, in observance of the master plan, we cannot put residents anywhere and anyhow. It must be in terms of the master plan. We also have agricultural master plan, where it is determined what is going to be planted where, what is going to be grazed where, and that has been done by a university. That study has been done by University of Northwest, and they have recommended how we should use the land. So in general, all these allocations which are done in Phokeng are within those parameters of those master plans and what we intend doing. We have Plan 35 now. We used to have Plan 2020, in terms of which we said we must develop a Mofokeng psychologically, educationally, physically, and otherwise to empower them. We have reached certain goals in terms of 2020. We have moved to Plan 2035, in terms of which we have certain objectives. Bring in the master plan, the Plan 2035, and both infrastructural master plan and agricultural master plan, we have a certain goal to achieve. So whatever we do, we operate within those parameters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the responses to the observations. I will now open the floor to questions and answers. That if there's further questions from the Commission, this is the session where further questions will be posed to the Royal Bafokeng Administration, and you'll also be afforded an opportunity to answer to those questions if the answers are available at the moment. So I'll start off with the commissioners to pose questions, and thereafter the administration of the CGE will pose questions after the commissioners have posed their questions. So I'm just going to open the floor for that session.
Thank you, Program Director. Mr. Petwa, thank you very much for the answers to our questions that you have put forth. I must acknowledge my displeasure. I would have expected a presentation from you outlining the challenges that you are facing when you address the issues of gender inequality in the allocation of land. I'm going to start off with posing some questions to you regarding, you said to us that the Khotla is formed of senior members of a particular family, comprising of a chairperson, a deputy chairperson, and a secretary. Who holds these positions? And I'm going to speak specifically to gender. In terms of gender, who are these positions allocated to? That is the chairperson, the deputy, and the secretary. You spoke with regard to the best interests of children, and you spoke of divorce, and you spoke of allocation of land to the divorced mother, as she sometimes has the children with her. In circumstances where a divorced male approaches you who does not have access to or does not have primary residency of his minor children, what then happens in a situation like that when he puts forth a request for allocation of land? You also spoke about children of deceased parents, and when they approach you, you allocate a stand to them. Children are minors. They have no locus standi. I want to understand from you, how is it that these children are allocated land? How is the levy that you dispose or the administration fee that you charge of 640 Rand paid? By who is it paid? And who is in control of that household that stand, which will eventually be used for a residence? Who's in charge of that house or that premises? You say it's in the name of a deceased parent. Yet again, a deceased parent is what it is, deceased, and they're not able to take decisions or make decisions insofar as children is concerned. What are the challenges that you are facing in allocating land to a male who has no children? And the payment of 680 rand, where does it go to? You then spoke of I think in one of your questions, you responded by saying that land is not allocated to a non-African. What happens in circumstances where you get a non-African that is married to an African in your community? What happens in circumstances where a non-African is married in the community, or a non-African is adopted by a member of your community and is later deceased? All right, I'm going to leave it at there for now. I'm going to hand over to my colleague.
Thank you very much, DC.
The commissioners will ask the questions first, then I'll hand over after that. So in this opportunity, please just jot down your questions. Thank you.
Can I proceed? Okay, thank you. So on my side, most of the questions my DC has already covered. My question would be, as we know, gender is very broad. What are the consideration, or how do you deal with cases where someone is not identifying as male or female? The LGBTQ community, how is that catered for in the Royal Bafokeng community? And as you were explaining the process, you gave us answers as to how long one is able to get a response after approval, but we didn't get to hear how long does it take for approval to take place. Let's say there is availability of the stand. How long does it take for that process to take place? Thank you.
Sorry, Program Director, I have one more question. I also have a question pertaining to the albino community and how you allocate land to members of the albino community. Thank you. Albino community.
Thank you, DC. In the research report that we did, it postulates that when it comes to administration fees, generally speaking, you do find that women are expected to pay more monies than males, right, in terms of administration fees. I just want to get your take on that. How are you able to manage it from your side to make sure that there is consistency in terms of the applicable fees that you are expecting potential residents to pay to yourself? So how do we do that? And then what systems do you have in place, right, to ensure that there is no discrimination of women in the process of allocating the necessary land for occupation purposes? I'm saying this because we are able to pick up from the report that we did that at times it becomes a subjective approach where it depends whether you like this person or not. So from your perspective, how are you able to have a clear system that says, irrespective of your age, irrespective of your gender, you shall not be discriminated against. You shall be considered on the basis of the criteria that you use. Because from our research, it does demonstrate that to a certain extent, persons are discriminated against on the basis of their gender. So I just want to know, how are you managing it from your side? We have spoken about the custom, and I agree with you even in terms of the case law being referred to. It must be known, it must have been practiced for quite some time. But I want to understand the custom in as far as it seeks to promote gender equality. Is it known, is it understood that in our practices we must take into consideration the attainment and gender equality? And I'm specifically looking at the council because you would appreciate that we are the Commission for Gender Equality and we come in here particularly on the gender aspect, which is well captured in terms of the Constitution. So we are interested in that. How is the custom promoting gender equality from your perspective? Your statistics reflect that more males are provided with land, or rather allocated land. And I just want you to juxtapose this for me, because you have said that in the allocation of land, one criteria that clearly stands out is the best interest of the child. And it therefore follows that where you now have divorced parents, those that are having custody in the main are prioritized to own or to access that land. And if we are going to take it from that perspective and we understand that it's women in the main, how do we then explain that the majority of those that are allocated land per your statistics turns out to be males? I want to understand that. In addition to that, I'm interested to know about the rejection statistics that you have. So you've given reasons why. It may be because you don't want persons to own two stands, and it could be in some instances where somebody wants to take a second spouse and so forth. But do you have rejection statistics on the basis of gender? Where you have said on the basis that this is a woman, this is a male person, this is a lesbian, this is a transgender, we are going to reject that. Because again, this was one area that was flagged in the report. So we just want to understand from your angle, how are you dealing with that? I want to understand your relationship with how is that relationship in terms of having systems and programs that aims to promote gender equality in your respective societies? Does that exist, or are you operating in silos to the department? What kind of support is the department also giving to yourself? Because our view is that when it comes to the attainment of gender equality, there must be a concerted effort from all the role players. It can't be the responsibility of yourself alone. It can't be the responsibility of the house alone. It can't be the department. There must be that concerted effort from all the duty bearers to ensure that gender equality is prioritized in the province. Just take me through some of the supporting programs that you have with the department as well as the house to ensure that gender equality is attained in the province. Or in fact, to influence even some of your customs so that they are caught with the values and the principles enshrined within the Constitution. So we are saying that we have a master plan, and we appreciate that because we need to have instruments that provide guidance in terms of development of our communities. And you have highlighted that you were able to attain certain goals. Again, we'll be biased towards the attainment of gender equality. How is that master plan leading to 2035, ensuring that the attainment of gender equality is also realized within that particular framework? And is it a framework that is readily accessible for us to also have a view to see what are the specific goals that you intend to achieve? Because I'll say to you now, Council, if that plan does not talk to the attainment of gender equality or the promotion of gender equality or the respect of gender equality, we would have a challenge because it then says everything else becomes a priority other than gender. And this is where we'll have a challenge. And it's a challenge that we are expressing to all duty bearers that we come across. If we meet with organized labor, we hear about how labor issues are prioritized, but when it comes to gender, they take a back seat. So we are engaging you because the issues around gender equality must be prioritized in our planning and processes that we take as different duty bearers. I will be indeed be interested to know the statistics around applicants with different disabilities, because again, persons with disabilities must be included in all our processes and planning as well. So we will request, I think, leaving from this session, that we just get a synopsis of the number of persons with disabilities that have been allocated land. And it will be also interesting to know whether disability on its own is one of the criteria that you consider for the purposes of land allocation. And I'm specific because we must look at the vulnerable groups in all our doings. Disability is one of those. Gender is one of those. So the language that we are sharing with you, colleagues, it's more around how do we make sure that everybody is brought on board and that nobody is left behind on the basis of their disability or on the basis of their gender. If you look at the empowering provision for the House, particularly Section 7.2, Council. And I'm posing this because I know the House is not here, but I want to understand if you were able to have a discussion with the House around some of the investigations, if they did, if any, that they may have embarked on, trying to determine how custom within your respective communities has evolved to the extent that it promotes gender equality. I will pause there for now.
We are going to share the responses, but I'll start from this side. Let me at first indicate that traditionally, I've been to many hearings in the country where there's a general complaint that women are denied access to land. But to us, we've never had that challenge in the Royal Bafokeng Nation, even traditionally. I'll tell you why. There has been a developed system around empowerment of women. Remember, the Royal Bafokeng men went to Kimberley, most of them, in big platoons to go and work for the land. And the women were left behind. And the women were tilling the soil, taking care of children. So their access to land has been natural from time immemorial. You would find that even most of the fields, plowing fields, were owned by women traditionally. So we've never had a problem of women's access to land, because traditionally women have always been working the land. And even traditionally, in terms of leadership, we've never had a problem of women taking roles of leadership in our community. That is why we are called Bafokeng Manapa Tsukudu. This Manapa is a woman. She ruled Bafokeng for a long time. She's actually, if you go to our history, She's the mother to Kosi Nape. When Kosi Tsugudu died, Kosi Nape was an infant. And the mother took over the roles of leadership, and she became the queen of the Royal Bafokeng. As a result, we are called Bafokeng Bamana Batsukudu. So leadership role with regard to women has never been a problem, and access to property with regard to women has never been a problem. That is why there's a general saying that Basadi Bafokeng own properties. In general, you hear about that women in Pokeng own big properties. It's because their access to land has never been a challenge. So normally that is why when we hear of gender issues with regard to ownership of land, that is why we don't get challenged, because it has never been a challenge with us. And in our customary law, the situation is such that where a woman is unmarried, for instance, she naturally inherits the home. If her brothers are married, then she's the only one who's unmarried, should remain at home. And that is why most of old properties of unmarried women could be traced back to their parents. So we've never had a problem, even in terms of succession, of women being rejected from their family stands. So we normally take care of our women. If you are a brother, you are married, and you have a sister who has children, it's natural for men to move out and go and establish a home for their children. And women would naturally remain with parental home. Where there are disputes, it's normally where there are many unmarried women in a family with children. That is where, in solving those disputes, the traditional court has been saying, give this woman property for her to go and be independent from her siblings, because there's a problem in this family. So that's the likelihood of a dispute where there are more unmarried women in a family. So let me go to the questions raised. In case of divorce, we don't want street children in Pokeng. That's the rationale why we insist that whoever keeps custody should be the one who remains with the property. And we generally say a man must take the jacket, literally take the jacket and go when we divorce your wife. And even in cases where the wife does not come from the Bafokeng, she's entitled to take care of the children in that home, because we discourage street children. We believe that the community must take care of the children first. Because if we have homeless children, you are creating a future problem of instability psychologically, mentally, and otherwise. So that is why if there is any discrimination, it's always biased towards the children. And we consider that discrimination to be rational and fair. Because let me take, for instance, where there's a divorce and the wife deserted the husband. I think it is the only instance where the traditional court would consider leaving the house with the husband, where the wife went away and left the husband with children. And those cases are very few, because women know their rights. They know that if we divorce, you get out. I remain with the children in the family. So you find that even becomes a deterrent for men to divorce their wives, because they know they are going to lose the family house. I know of one instance which is very sad. The man was ordered to leave, and in 2 weeks' time, he had a heart attack because he had developed the property so much. And the traditional court said, but this is in the interest of children. So you can see, we'll do anything to protect the children. So the biasness is not towards the wife or the husband, no, it's towards children. Because we want to create a society of normal children and protect the children. The divorced male more often, it's natural. More often than not, they go and remarry. It's so natural that he's used to this environment of family. And more often than not, they go and remarry. Some go back to their parental home to go and reorganize themselves. But because this person has been married before, we understand he's a responsible person. Should he come and look for property, he'll always be assisted under conditions to say, you are expected to develop a family. Let me tell you how we view the community. To us, a community is made up of cells, which are families, family unit. These cells brought together, they form Bafokeng. The question of LGBTQ, we have never entertained it because it has never been a challenge to us. We don't have a situation where somebody, because of their status, were discriminated. We have never dealt with that issue. So to us, it has never been a problem. Maybe as time goes on, we'll be faced with that and we'll have to evolve and accommodate that situation. Because customary law is not static. It moves with times. And the African customary law has evolved so much that it won't be unable to evolve if there are new environments coming in. The African customary law has evolved to a point of even empowering women more than men. So we don't see a problem if there's a need for evolvement in future. In case of deceased children, like I said earlier on, the parent would have had siblings who normally would take care of the deceased parents' children. And when these children become of age, they naturally would want to have their own home. More often than not, they are even assisted by foster parents to get their own home. Because we don't want homeless children. If parents died before, maybe they are in Soweto, and they died before acquiring property for their children, we always encourage them to say, the townships are not permanent homes. Try by all means to come and acquire property at home. This is the general belief, that you can have an urban home and a traditional home. So when you are in the townships or in an urban area, you can lose your property by attachment, owing banks and what have you. That is why we encourage people to come to permanent home. If you qualify as a Mofokeng to acquire property, even if parents have died in Soweto, we always encourage those children or their families to come and help them apply and acquire property in the community. Because we want to protect all the Bafokeng in essence. So this property, the reason why we register it in the name of the deceased, I know it doesn't make sense in the Western system. Why would the property be registered in the name of the deceased? We indeed register the property in the name of the deceased so that one of the siblings should not come back tomorrow and say, this is my property. It should be a family home. So we are protecting the family. That you could find that an elder sibling comes back in 20 years and say, I'm the one who applied for this tent, so everybody must get out, I'm the owner of the property. So we are avoiding that. We know that is a potential risk. So when these children are helped to acquire property, it is registered in the name of that deceased parent, so that we should protect the other siblings in the family. And whatever levies are payable, they are payable to the administration, they are paid in the bank. And in this case of children, well, I think we can treat each case by its own merit. But generally, the relatives have never raised an issue to pay administrative fees. You see, non-African who marries into our community, non-African who marries into our community, it will depend where does he want to stay. Let me tell you, our community has had non-Africans staying in it before. We've had the Penzans who were pastors. They came and they stayed in the community. We've had the Mahmoudis who also have eventually acquired property within our community, but had title deeds to those properties. We used to call the Mahmoudis, we were called the Bomba Mota, with the tonalized version. But they finally owned their own properties in the community. But we have had different groups of Germans staying in the community. It depends why they came to the area. If they had specialized skill, which we didn't have, we always allowed them to be in the community. That is in the past. I'm looking at non-Africans who stayed with us. I remember there used to be a guy called Makona when we grew up around the 70s. Around 1975, 76, they had a very big kraal in the area called Salema. We used to go and buy milk from Makona. He was non-African, staying within our community. His origins, I think he was Scot. So there were always non-Africans in the area. It depends on what specialized skills did they provide in the community then. I don't remember recently of any non-African who wanted to stay with us. But historically, we've had non-Africans who stayed with us. Albinos, we have albinos in the community. We don't have any segregation against them. We grew up with albinos in the community. They were never segregated. I know in my area, there's a gentleman called Mr. Makubu. He's albino, he's a pastor. He stays in the community. He grew up with us. So he's married. He has property. We've never had a problem with him. So physically impaired people, are they in the community? There has never been a situation of discrimination against them. But we'll have to go and check, like we said, we'll have to go and check who are physically disabled. I know one active physically disabled person, I think he doesn't hear, Mr. Moketi. He's so active even in our Kota general community meeting to raise issues of disabled people. I know there's a lady in Luka who was on wheelchair. She was a community activist. And she always raised issues of disability. So we've had disabled people. Until recently, we were working with a lady from the Masilo family, Damaria Masilo, who was on wheelchair. She was also active in issues of disability. So we as a community, we don't have any policy against them. And we always encourage them to be assisted where possible. So, but if there needs to be a census taken of disabled people and what they are being helped with, we can do that. We can ask also our health institution. We have health institution amongst us. We can ask them to compile a list of disabled people and what benefits they receive. I'm being advised to leave others to my colleagues. Thank you.
Okay. I'll deal with the first question of who serves in the Kudle or executive of Kudle or of Kudle. Any person of age can be elected into a position in a Kudle to be in the executive or at Kudla. Can be male, female, able-bodied or disabled. Albino, no albino. Can serve as a member of the executive committee of a Kudle, of a Kudla. And maybe it's also important to draw a distinction, because maybe in smaller communities they will not be structured in the way that we are structured as Bafokeng. So you have the administration, which takes care of all, say, municipal services, the provision of water, stands, allocation, and all those things. And it's run by an administration which has an HR department which subscribes to all the laws, including all laws that regulate employment of people living with disabilities. And we have the governance side, which regulates the administration of the community outside of the administration. And at that level, people participate there voluntarily. It's not, nobody is rather compelled to participate there, but they are encouraged, because decisions are taken at Kotla which affect the Kotla. Issues that affect Kudle are taken at meetings of Kudle. And these meetings happen regularly. So I thought it's important that one draws that particular distinction, that if there's a need for, to look at how people, or how do we do in other areas in terms of gender equality, in areas of employment, the HR people takes care of that. In areas of stand allocation, Mugate has indicated, but as indicated, we'll try to get information as much as we can. But what we don't do is we don't look at people based on their appearance, whether they are transgender or albino or what. It's just based on them qualifying according to the criteria that is well known to them. And you'll also find it difficult to find a rejection rate stats, because people know that they qualify or they don't qualify. So what we have is information of only people who applied. If there are people who applied and they were rejected, at least at the administration level, we would not know about it, because as I said, that different and its implications and how it applies to us as Royal Bafokeng Nation. And we have not been proactive in some instances to make sure that we comply, because we have never had any challenge. Not that when an opportunity comes for us to align so that we comply, we will reject that kind of posture. We are open. As we indicated, our custom evolve, because we always say that we have a hybrid system where we incorporated a corporate culture, working together with our customary practices. So we evolve with time and adopting practices also to enrich our own custom, which has developed over time. I just want to take on a number of questions that were asked. That is in relation to the programs or our interaction with the House. We do have an interaction with the House of Northwest House of Traditional Leaders, and where they have programs, they share that information with us. And then where we are able to implement, we implement. But we are not aware of a study or intervention that they have taken or undertaken in terms of trying to, or steps that have taken to try to see how gender balance has been, or steps they have taken to address the gender balance in relation to customary practices. But I also think it's also very important that, especially when addressing the issue of people who marry into Bafokeng, who are not necessarily Bafokeng, that as Bafokeng, we practice custom and tradition not in isolation. What we do is accepted. I see Khosi Mokhale is here. When a person coming from Khosi Mokhale's village marries into our village, is a male marrying into a village, it is accepted custom that they will take the lady, the bride, is the bride, yeah? The bride, into to increase their community. And that's how traditional communities have grown. That the male lineage, it may be viewed as unconstitutional, but the very essence and existence of a traditional community is the male lineage. It was never the intention to discriminate women, but was to grow a traditional community. It's actually the essence of the existence of a traditional community. Because the reasoning and the wisdom that came from that is that males will reproduce, and reproduce, people will grow that same community. So we don't practice this in isolation and cocooning ourselves outside and excluding other people. It's the same thing that is practiced by people in the Nguni community, who, when their males get married, the female is accepted into a community to grow that particular community. So, and we are open, as we indicate that, yes, things are evolving. We are open to accept and test some of the things that are happening. But of course, we also don't want to shock the system. We'll gradually adopt some of the things that we see that are relevant, and they will also improve on our community. And yeah, let me leave it at this point.
Thank you so much. We have been talking a lot about women land. We do have women who've got senior positions in our entities. We are having many women whom we gave a bursary to go to school. That shows that we do not discriminate against women. And again, we have been talking about disability. We don't know disability in Phokeng. We're taking each and every person as the same person. And in terms of the children, we, even our tribal court, do understand that if you get custody of the children, if you are a woman, we say take your bag and go. If you are a man, take your jacket and go. Because we want a family. We don't want our children to be in the streets. And then in terms of albino, we've got the headman Khosana, who is also an albino, and is not discriminated against. And also we've got women in trust. Yeah, we've got the trust, the Royal Bafokeng Development Trust. The trustees got women. So in Bafokeng, we don't see women, we see the Bafokeng people, because we are we are taken as equal, all of us. I thank you.
But that does not mean that we are insensitive to the harsh reality that for the better part, women were discriminated against and they were a vulnerable part of our society. And to that extent, we are taking initiatives to make sure that they are also recognized and acknowledged for their role and helped where it's necessary. On the question that was raised by Commissioner, thanks, on the statistics which shows that men form the largest proportion of people who apply. And it will be natural because in the first instance, stands are allocated to men who marry. And that is why the bias will show that the large number of people who apply are men. Because men, once they get married, they then qualify automatically to apply for a stand. Any other person, those are then other categories. They're also there, but it's not as prevalent as cases where men who marry know that automatically they then qualify for stands, and hence we have the bigger portion of those applicants being males. So this won't be males who are unmarried, but it will be males who bringing their families.
Thank you, Commissioners. I think if you look at page 10 of the Commission's report, I think it correctly observes that lack of access to land leads to economic marginalization and poverty, and I quote. So when we were there, and I think it's something that Rama closed with, is that we focused mainly on residential allocation. And I think we are happy to go back and give you the stats of economic and agricultural participation by women in the land, in the very land that we are talking about. In fact, most of the agricultural projects that are successful are run by women in Phokeng under the Department of Remokate. And I think we are happy to even share that statistic because I think that statistic was a bit limited to residential allocation. So I think that's the first point to make. The second point to make, Rera Pesana has made. And I think Rakokong has made, we are structured in a way that we don't just look at solely the land as a means to economic development by individuals. We have very deliberate programs in Phokeng that has been running since the 80s, like allocating bursaries to the children to go and study, and most if not all of them, in fact, a lot of them that are sitting here, they have gone through that very same system. And most of them are working for big banks like First and Standard Bank and so on. In fact, as late as yesterday, a discussion was had in terms of the Bafokeng in the diaspora. How then do we make sure that they come back and add value to Phokeng itself? So those programs are working Baholo, and you'll see even in those programs, the majority of the kids will be women. They will be our women child or our girl child. I can also talk with confidence that we have what we call a COLO, is an ESD program. It's an enterprise supply development program. Again, if you look at that program, the majority of the people that it funds are women. And in fact, the success rate of that program is 100% repayment rate because they are successful in terms of their businesses. We help them with market access and all of that. So, and lastly, Ramulifi said that we don't deal with these things in isolation. So that orphan and vulnerable children are also supported by the programs that we have in Phokeng, and there's a budget for it that get passed to allocate exactly to those programs. So that answers to the issues of vulnerable groups, and because of the history, we are very deliberate around how our programs work around vulnerable groups. There was a question around finance in terms of administration fees. I'm not aware that there's a fee for women and a fee for men. I'm not aware. And I think if that allegation was made, we are not aware. We are aware of one fee is 680. And if you look at that fee, 681 for, and it's divided into a stand and water. And commissioners, if you look at that fee, it does not even cover a quarter, not even 5% of the costs that the RBN actually incurs, or the RBA incurs in reticulating the stand. It's just a fee that says, in Setswana they say, "Dio za mahala di a bola." You want people to have some commitment to say, we're giving this stand not for mahala, but at least this is my stand. I'm standing here, and I think it does give dignity. If somebody comes and pay for a stand and they have a permission to occupy and they've paid the fees. So it does give that dignity. So we are very sensitive to the dignity of people again, in as far as that is concerned. But I just want to answer that question around a fee for men and a fee for women. Where does this money go? As you said, there's a single bank account of the Royal Bafokeng Administration. Everybody pays into that bank account, and that money is accounted for in the Department of Finance. That money is reported to Supreme Council, is audited by our auditors. Our auditors are very independent. It's KPMG, it used to be PwC, and I think they can tell you more about. No, absolutely. And I think that's a very good point. I think that amount has been there for years. It doesn't change by inflation or whatever. So that's why it's just a token of people saying, just take care of the stand that has been granted to you, or that you have been permitted to stay. And then maybe lastly, Baholo, we can also say that to the extent that some of the issues as we present are not becoming clear, I think we can, if the commission doesn't mind, we can even invite the commission or some members of the commission to come to Booking, so that some of the things we can point. You see, when we were talking about an agricultural project, here's this. When we're talking about a master plan, here it is. Because then I think, as the Deputy Commissioner said, to her disappointment, which is correct, I sympathize with it to say, expected a presentation. They will be very ready. We'll take you through a very detailed presentation. Not only that, we'll also be able to go and point physically what we're talking about. Thank you.
I have here. Sorry. No, I was just going to make a few points, rather comments than answering questions. Most of the questions I think my colleagues have covered. There has been some requests for information. If I recall, there was a request for our plans, Plan 35, which incorporates the master plan. We will avail that. There was a request for statistics in relation to people with disabilities whom we have allocated land. We will avail that. Rapito has spoken about opportunities that have been made available to women. We can avail that as well. And maybe my closing point at this stage would be that as Royal Bafokeng Nation, we don't believe that everything that we do is perfect. We do believe that there may be a room for improvement in the area of gender promotion. We are willing to learn. We are willing to be guided by the Commission where there are gaps. And our posture is not necessarily a defensive one, but rather we are very much passionate about how we do things. And how we do things is not in any way discriminatory, but maybe where we're lacking is to promote a particular sector of the community that used to be vulnerable or that is vulnerable, as the term is commonly used these days. Thank you very much.
Maybe just the last one. I also read somewhere in the report, where the research report, where indicated that lack of access to women, something to the effect that it impedes on their development or economic activity or something to that effect. I want to say that as RBN, we do have entities that are specifically set to assist in all facets, almost all facets of our life, and without discriminating on any basis. And in this instance, one could refer to RBI, Royal Bafokeng Institute, which is an institute set up specifically for human development. So all the initiatives, the interaction and interventions that are introduced by government through CETAs are done through that entity. Also, it helps in terms of developing individuals. We have RBED, which is managing our enterprise SMME development, and it has a database of all SMMEs, and it does not discriminate on any basis, including on gender. We have RBS, Royal Bafokeng Sports. All our coaches there, all women, most women are participating there as coaches in the administration. So for us, we may be blind to this concept of gender equality, because what we do, we are intentional and we don't allow that, because that aspect of taking care of the gender equality is managed at a professional level by people in HR space. So whilst we have this governance space, but we are also making sure that we have entities that are specifically looking at all areas of our life, including, as I indicated, whether it's sports, whether it's economic development, including even HSDS. So we try to provide for this. And I note Khale's point that we are open. We cannot receive as people. We know that we live in a community, we live with people, and we'll always be open to engagement and improve where we think we're lacking.
Okay. Thank you very much, Rekokom, for the opportunity. I just want to add on what he just said, Baholo. We have in Phokeng 72 makotlas, where in each kotla elect after every 5 years the Kudutamaga, which is the executive committee of each kotla. Now, within that 5, I think the emphasis is that there is no executive kotla without a woman. So you count 72 times 5, you get 432. And I can assure you that out of that number, almost 50%, if I'm not wrong, or 55, are women. And Repeter spoke earlier on about vulnerable groups. We have a kota this weekend where we specifically have arrangements for people with disabilities. We cater for them 100%. We make sure that they participate. We also deploy the services of interpreters and sign language interpreters. So yes, I concur with my colleagues that there is a room for improvement if there should be any, but I think Ramakhale said, or it was Repeto saying, you can come to Phokeng, and yeah, we can attest to what we are talking about, Baholo. Thank you.
I'm going to open the floor again for the second round of questions. I'm going to open the second round of questions. However, I'm taking into consideration the time. It's almost time for lunch. So we've been informed of what time lunch is in the conference room. So on that purpose alone, I'm going to ask the Secretariat to limit your questions and to ask pertinent burning issues. Any other question thereafter that we need clarity on will then be sent through written correspondence to the Royal Bafokeng Administration. I'll also request that in your answering, if you really need to answer, please keep your your response quite short and just straight to the point. Alternatively, you do have the right to opt for it to be provided in writing should the question, the submission require a lengthy submission. So I'm just going to take probably like 3 questions from the Secretariat for now and allow Rob again to answer those 3 questions. So I'm going to start with the provincial manager, then head of legal, then the legal officer. Is there anyone else in the room that would like from the Secretariat? Okay, then only those 3 officials will be posing questions.
Thank you, Chair.
I just want to hear from the Royal Bafokeng Authority whether they belong to the Northwest House of Traditional Leaders, yes or not. And if yes, I just want to know which role are you playing in the Northwest House of Traditional Leaders. The second question, you mentioned something about Kutle. I just want to hear from you, who monitors Kutle in their decision-making process? The last question from me is about, you mentioned something about the reasons for not allocating land to a lady who is not married but 40 years old. What are the reasons for not allocating the land to the woman who's working but more than 40 years old? And also, what are the reasons for not allocating the land to the woman who's working but under the age of 35 or 40 years? Thank you.
HOD Legal Services, you also have 3 questions to ask.
Thank you. I think Royal Bafokeng outlined the requirements. What I don't get is, how do community members know about them? Is it only known like experts like you appearing before the commission? How do they know? Is it written somewhere so that if I recently joined or I was a child, I don't know, now I need to apply, how do I know? Is it written down or it's only been told from one person to another? Right. I think the other question relates the same to the conditions. You mentioned regarding the conditions that are given in the land allocation. It's almost related. Are you carrying education programs to the community to inform them about your requirements, also about the conditions or regarding the land issues? And then are there cases regarding land applications that have ever reached the court? Can you estimate maybe the numbers, like complaints from communities that ever reached the court that is saying someone who's dissatisfied about the outcome, be it rejection perhaps of the land application? Yes, thank you. And then the outcome as well. If you can just clarify, is that outcome communicated only orally, or that is also reduced in writing? My question goes back to saying, remember the Constitution and the Traditional Framework Act says that there shouldn't be discrimination on age, gender, marital status. Since you are citing these reasons and you are explaining details how you are doing it, I think it then gives that question to say, how do we then measure if we take one example, to say, Mr. Inke for an example, where is that written record of that he knew, he was educated, the reasons are written down regarding the outcome, the requirements were given in writing. So if you can sum it up for us to understand that process, because I believe only that way it can be either questioned regarding whether there is discrimination or not. But it's then concerning if we don't have something that
present from here, I think. It's fine. DC, is it fine if you present from here? So we don't have to, because he doesn't have a presentation either. Where's his presentation? I don't share. I saw. I told them some of those are some questions that they are answering. Afternoon. May we please settle down for the second session of the hearing? I will then, starting with the second session, I will now call on to the acting HOD, Mr. Tsietsi Shuping, to do the presentation on COGTA's responses to the CGE's questionnaire. Mr. Shuping, please join us on the podium.
Thank you, Program Director. For the purpose of this presentation, we will just indicate that the Commission requested information from COGTA, and the initial response was that we could ask information from the House, the Northwest House of Traditional and Quaysand Leaders, and then subsequently we also received a response that was completed by the Chief Director. So therefore we will just be providing first information that we received from the Northwest of House of Traditional Leaders, followed by the information received from COGTA. In the province, in the next slide. So the answer that was provided by the Northwest House of Traditional and Quaysand Leaders is that the practices of land allocation differs from community to community. Basically, the observations of the House of Traditional Leaders is that it's solely on the communities on how they do their own practices, be it the requirements, the age qualification, and other factors. Furthermore, there is general consensus in that the prospective applicant usually applies for the stand by writing a letter to the office, in some cases the Khosana, in the sub-village. The office receives and investigates whether the applicant is able to get the stands from there. The process is generally that the prospective applicant is then asked to present their case to justify the need of the stand. So the applicant's particulars will then be received and be be decided upon. Generally, what is considered is, like we indicated, the age and also the marital status. The next question was, so regarding the age and marital status, as we know that Section 9.5 of the Constitution indicate that the discrimination on those grounds is unfair unless it can be determined that the discrimination is fair based on the context. So therefore it is important to have context of what the requirement is about, decree of divorce, among other documents that are needed. Now the question was further to say, how is the land allocated? The House provided that the member or council dealing with the land allocation decides on the merits of the allocation with the prospective applicant, and clarity of the question will be needed. If it is needed, the council will recall the applicants after verification and the south allocation. And whether there is a role that is played by the head men or head women in the land allocation process, it is there according to the House. They oversee the allocation is done correctly and that there are no challenges in that regard. And the role of traditional authorities in the land allocation is the administrative role of providing house numbers and getting electricity and water services. The role of community members is to ensure that they improve the land and reside on it. The House does not have direct role in the allocation of land, and each house is responsible for the allocation of land. In the next slide, it's providing for the proof that the land was allocated. The is an administrative fee that is payable. It differs from community to community. It can range between 200 rands to 10,000 rands, depending on the size of the stands. And then further, the question of the practice that is generally regarding the outcome communication. It is communicated by way of a letter. In some cases, the applicants are called. And relating to the proof of allocation, it's submitted that the stand card or receipt is provided to the applicant. There is no title deeds that are issued. As such, the individuals cannot sell the land. And once a person leaves the land goes back to the coast. In terms of the question of who has the authority to grant access to the use of land, it is the council together with the COSI according to the house. And regarding how the land is chosen, there are a lot of other factors differing again to with community to community. Prospective applicants goes to the council or committee together with the tribal police. In some cases, they identify a site, is measured, and then it's fenced, showing the demarcation. On the next slide, the next one again, further, the steps that the applicant can take if they are unhappy with the outcome. Regarding that, the submission by the house is that usually an appeal is done through Khosana or the traditional council, which then received by the traditional office. A hearing date is set, then an appeal committee handles the matter. It is still, if they are still aggrieved, the matter after some processes, it is referred to COSI. I think it's clearer from this information that it's different from what Royal Bafokeng indicated their processes regarding appeal, as indicated that each community does it differently. And the next slide speaks about statistics on the land allocation. The house indicated that there are registers, and those registered, they could not be submitted because they are kept at many different communities in the province. So therefore, from the information of the house, there is no indication regarding the consolidation of how this information is kept to see how land is allocated, statistics regarding that. And this now gives that question regarding whether there are observations that are made to promote gender equality and to see whether men or women are benefited in the province. So that was the presentation, the information from the House of Traditional Leaders. Now, this next slide speaks to the information that we received from the Department of Cooperative Governments and Traditional Affairs in Northwest Province, who are before us today. And as indicated on the slide, it speaks about their information. You will note in terms of Section 4.1, subsection C of the Constitution, it provides that all spheres of government must provide a transparent, accountable, and coherent government for the Republic as a whole. On the next slide, we requested regarding the policies and practices of allocation of land by the traditional authorities in the province. COCTA indicated that it does not have such a policy. Perhaps they will indicate in as far as their mandate is concerned, why they do not have such a policy and what rather their mandate looks into. The question of the next slide, requirements for the allocation. The next slide. The answer to that was that it differs from community to community. Now, on this slide, the question was the procedure that is followed when land application is made. COCTA responded that it has no idea. Again, COCTA will indicate perhaps what its limitations are regarding the operations of the traditional authorities. And what is clearer from the information of Cogstar is that there is a lot of support that is given to municipalities regarding its operations and services assistance. Now, if they can provide that context regarding their limitations in as far as the land allocation by traditional authorities. And then the question on how the approval of land allocation application is made, Cogstar indicated that it is not aware of those. And whether there is administrative fees, it is not able to tell. On this slide, how the plot is selected, the cooperative government indicated that it's also not aware how the plot is selected. And whether there are registers that records all land allocated in the province, Cogstar submitted that it does not have such records. So perhaps we will then get that more information from Cogstar. What type of records are they keeping in as far as their relationship with the traditional authorities is concerned and its mandate? The proof regarding the application when it's been granted, also the Cogstar indicated that it cannot tell as quoted from its responses. And whether the allocation is being sold in the next slide, the Cogstar also indicated that it does not have any role there, it does not have any idea. And then also the land application, whether it is being communicated, that also Cogstar is not aware of these processes. On the next slide, it is actually the end of the presentation from Cogstar. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Shipping, for the presentation. I'd just like to get advice or guidance from the DC and the CEO, considering that a presentation is not available to project. May we proceed just with the next session of questions and answers? Is that in order so that we can proceed with the oath? Yes. So. Yes. Just similarly to what we had done with the first session. Okay, no problem. I will then ask Mr. Shipping to just come to the podium and just administer the oath. Oh, just before we proceed with the oath, HOD, we just wanted to find out if there are any objections with pictures being taken in your session. No objection at all. Okay, communications, you may proceed with your media, including the recording with visuals.
Thank you. Just for the record, please state your name, please. Your name for the record, please.
No, thank you very much. Mokotedi Samuel Bole.
Thank you. Would you like to take an oath or affirmation?
Oath.
Thank you. Please repeat after me and say I, name and surname.
I, Mokotedi Samuel Bole,
do hereby make oath and state.
do I hereby make oath and state
I know and understand the contents of
I know and understand the contents of
the declaration I'm about to deliver.
the declaration I'm about to deliver.
I have no objection to taking the prescribed oath.
I've got no objection to take a prescribed oath.
I consider the prescribed oath
I consider prescribed oath
to be binding on my conscience.
to be binding on my conscience.
Please raise your right hand. and say, I swear that the contents of this declaration
I swear that the contents of this declaration
are true, so help me God.
are true, and so help me God.
Thank you, Chairperson. The deponent is duly sworn in. And then you can proceed. So, or you don't have the slide. Do you want us to show your answers there?
Yeah, maybe you can do that. But maybe, yeah, maybe you can do that if it's fine to take one by one. But I think before maybe we go to the details of it, you can just give the context in terms of our.
Right. We'll then proceed with handing over to the HOD of COGTA to just do an outline on their statutory obligations and functions. Thereafter, we'll then proceed with a session of questions and responses, which will be led by the commissioners. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Is it on? Yeah. No, thank you very much, the chair and the team, the entire team and commissioners. Let me, on behalf of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in the Northwest, we really appreciate this invitation in terms of the Section 12, subsection 4B of the Commission for Gender Equality, Act number 39 of 1996. So we just want to, quite frankly, to indicate upfront that in terms of the land allocation, we don't have a direct role and a responsibility in terms of the land allocation. On the basis that ourselves from the province, we've got a responsibility ourselves with the Office of the Premier to administer the Traditional and Quiescent Leadership Act number 3 of 2019. Now, I'm going to uplift some of the responsibilities which are enshrined, one in the Constitution, two in the TKLA, to demonstrate the power and the authority that our traditional councils would have in terms of their responsibility within the context of the Constitution and the Act. And at the end, I'm going to also uplift our support to our traditional leadership, because we do have a role to support our traditional leadership to execute their functions. And I'm going to highlight specific support that we are giving our traditional leadership or traditional councils across the province, I think as the last part. And then from there, we'll then deal with the specific questions that have been raised and so on. I just wanted to give a context to our response. Now, Chair, the Chapter 12 of the Constitution, in particular Section 211, subsection 1, I just want to quote the first part that says, it deals basically with the recognition of our traditional leaders. And I quote, the institution, status, and the role of traditional leadership, according to the customary law, are recognized and are subjected to the Constitution and close quote. Allow me once again, Chair, to go to the role of traditional leadership, that is Section 12 Section 212, subsection 1 of the Constitution. It says, open quote, national legislation may provide for a role for traditional leadership as an institution at the local level on matters affecting local communities, close quote. The reason why we are uplifting these specific provisions is to raise it before the Commission to have a full appreciation in terms of the powers and functions of our traditional councils, in terms of the legislation. Now, going back to the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act 3 of 2019, I'm going to deal with Section 20 and Section 23. Now, Section 20 of the TKLA, subsection 1A, H and I want to uplift them. The A says, a traditional council, a traditional sub-council subject to Section 17, subsection a Khoisan council and a branch have the following functions. In other words, the traditional council are just uplifting their important functions. The subsection A, it says, they are responsible for the administration of the affairs of the traditional or Khoisan community in accordance with the customs and traditions. It's very important. The H of Section 20, subsection 1H, it says they are also responsible to promote the ideals of cooperative governance, integrated development planning, sustainable development, and service delivery. And our understanding is that when we talk of the integrated development, the issue of the land becomes very central. So they are empowered in terms of also this particular legislation. Now going to I of Section 20, subsection 1, are also responsible to perform functions conferred by customary law, customs, statutory law, consistent with the Constitution. And I must emphasize, the reason why I'm taking time with respect to the chair and the commission is that I want to uplift their critical role in terms of the legislation and what is it that is expected from them in terms of the legislation. Going to Section 20, once again, subsection 2, A, B, and C, it deals with the fact that they must also keep proper records. They are also responsible to deal with issues of financial management, and therefore their financial management must then be audited. Now, there is no a point where COGTA will then be given a direct responsibility in terms of dealing with the issues of the land allocation. There is no a specific clause that says it is the responsibility of the national and the provincial government to make sure that when the land allocation is done, this is what you need to do. So these the provisions that have escalated, it gives them that a complete power to can then administer their affairs at that particular level. Of course, as COGTA and as a province, we will not allow a situation where some of community members are then discriminated. Just to emphasize a point that as COGTA now, dealing with the last part that I've spoken about, we are also responsible to support them. One is that we give them grants in a form of a finance. We have budgeted them, I think it's at 34 million or so annually. And that 34 million, we gave them 1.9 million per month to our traditional councils. One, to pay their staff, those who support their offices, and also to run issues of administration of their offices. And two, we also support our traditional councils in terms of issues of vehicles, our traditional leadership. Just to make a point that this year, within 12 months, we have actually bought them 27 cars. The 17 cars, brand new cars, we bought them before May this year. And now we have just bought 10 cars, and that those 10 cars will be delivered very soon by the MEC responsible for COGTA in the province. And also just to also indicate that we've got also that responsibility to bring specific campaigns at that particular level in supporting our traditional leadership. We have run a campaign on gender-based violence. And once again, we also bring capacity to empower our traditional leadership in terms of their roles and responsibilities. So that is the context in which we are supporting our horses in the province. But the unfortunate part, as we have responded, is that when they execute their responsibilities as traditional councils, also as traditional councils, including the royal families, it is unfortunate that as COGTA, we don't have a direct role in terms of taking decisions on their behalf as to how should they allocate land and so on. And that is why when the Royal Bafokeng were here this morning, they did not mention our role in the land allocation. I'm not sure if they have done so, but I did not pick it up, including the role of the Premier. They did not raise it on the basis that the legislation does empower that they must administer the land allocation. And as I said, from our side, we would not allow a situation where when they execute their roles and responsibilities, people are then being discriminated. That would not allow it. We will do anything in our power within the context of legislation if there is that provision to do that. But what is important is that we continue engage them, share knowledge in terms of how they should execute their function at that particular level. Maybe just the last part is that at the moment, we are also running the reconstitution of traditional councils in the province, and we have already started with the 60% for our traditional councils, royal family, including Kosi, to give us the 60%, and the 40% to run the complete elections must then be conducted by the election team that we have contracted as COGTA. And we envisage that before the end of February next year, all our traditional councils in the province will then have to be reconstituted, and we are chasing that particular timeline or the cutoff date. So basically, in brief, advocate and the commissioners, this is how we see ourselves in dealing with the support towards the traditional leadership in the province. Thanks.
Thank you, HOD. I will now hand over to our Deputy Chairperson to start with the proceedings of questions and responses.
Thank you, Program Director. Thank you, HOD, and good afternoon again. My questions to you are as follows. Does your office, in supporting the traditional leaders, and especially where our common law is silent or falls short, how do you address the issues of gender inequality in the allocation of communal land with these leaders? Are we ready? The next one. Does your office or any traditional authorities keep a register or a list of all land allocated? Sorry, I'm distracted. Does your office or any traditional authority keep a register or list of all land allocated in the province by traditional authorities? The 27 cars that you referred to, question number 3, in your presentation, what will they be used for by the traditional leaders? Question number 4. What is the role of your office insofar as allocation of communal land is concerned? And what are the challenges that your office has experienced insofar as the allocation of communal land is concerned? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Commissioner Muraro Nematayeni. And from my side, when you were presenting, you indicated that there's a role that you play, which is to uplift and also support the work that the traditional leaders are doing. So I wanted to find out, because you say you will not allow for discrimination in any case. So if you can give example of cases of discrimination that you have worked with, more especially when it relates to gender, and how this has been dealt with. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think the first one, I'll just amplify it in terms of this support, because if we are now suggesting that there may be discriminatory practices in terms of the allocation of land, and these are seemingly done by an important constituency that you work with. In terms of support and ensuring that such discriminatory practices are not happening or perpetuated, how are you going about that to address it? Because for me, it's one hand when you say we are not involved in the allocation of land, fair enough. But in the same breath, you seem to be saying, where there are discriminatory practices, we will do everything possible to ensure that that is not done. So we are making reference to our study, which again postulates that there may be discriminatory practices. My take, HOD, would be there must be some way in which you provide the necessary support, whether in terms of capacitating around gender equality issues, deliberately so to ensure that there is no discrimination on the basis of gender. So as you hold some of your GBV campaigns, GBV is one of the many issues that you should be focusing on in view of the discourse that we have today. So my take would be, HOD, consider in your programs how you can have an overarching program that deals with gender discriminatory practices in as far as your relevant constituencies are concerned. It may be the councils, tomorrow is actually the House. How do we have such programs? I think it will help. GBV we welcome, but surely there should be more that you are doing. The 27 cars It will be good to get a sense of how these cars are allocated to different traditional leaders, right? And the criteria that is used to allocate. And where I'm trying to drive HOD is, I hope that you have an existing system that is not going to discriminate unfairly against any person, any traditional leader, on the basis of their agenda when such allocation is done. So it will be good to just get a sense of, or rather a confirmation that, look, the system is intact. It's not a subjective allocation, but there is, a solid approach that is followed just to close that gap also. One of the things that I've highlighted was the role of the state, of course, to ensure that there is no discriminatory practices in terms of customs or emerging issues in the provinces. Perhaps in your department you may have a unit that deals with that. I'm not sure if you do, that is able to pick up emerging issues from a gender perspective and how you can intervene in those. It will be good also to just get your perspective on that. So for me, there's a question, but also I'm saying reflect on some of the things that perhaps if they were to be done, they would improve the status quo in terms of the allocation of land. I strongly believe, HOD, that when it comes to gender equality, again, as I've said earlier on, there must be a concerted effort from all of us. If the CGE can say, well, we don't have a role, and COCTA says, well, we have a hands-off approach, we will find that there is a certain constituency that is perpetuating a level of discrimination that cannot and should not be promoted by ourselves. I just urge yourself to say, whilst from a legislative perspective, you may be restricted in terms of direct involvement, but there ought to be an indirect influence in terms of how some of these practices can be handled by different traditional authorities or councils. Thank you.
Thank you. In respect of the budget allocation that you are providing, I think given the constitutional dispensation that we are living in, you should at least see the value of transformation that is taking place at this institution. So I believe given what you are providing, it should be a key role that you are ensuring that there is no discriminations that is taking place at these institutions, so that those who are not adhering to it, maybe the funding can be reconsidered, particularly if they are found to be engaging in these discriminatory practices. I think what is important you mentioned is capacity building in addition to that fund allocation. What are your programs about? Because then capacity building means creating awareness regarding constitutional provisions as well. Is your capacity building then only about how to use the funds, and that is all? But is it not about then empowering the municipality regarding different aspects of the constitution and ensuring that they advance also transformation? So we believe with that capacity building, it is that opportunity for COCTA to utilize to ensure that it mainstreams gender transformation in its capacity building programs. further, you also indicated that you do engage them, that is the traditional authorities, on how they must execute their functions. But what it's appearing, it's more to say you are restricted in that engagement, in engaging them, or in the functions, which functions you are maybe limited against. So if you could indicate regarding those functions there, because part of the roles of the traditional authorities as per various legislations governing them and entrenches that equality is at the center of the Constitution and must be adhered to. The further aspect that we are interested in is the process that you are currently busy with, that reconstituting the traditional councils. What have been the observations about representation of women at these traditional councils? And in your plans now that is due in 2025, what are your transformation goals in reconstituting these councils then? So if you can please highlight that. And lastly, the question of your own department's perhaps sensitivity regarding the issues of gender. To what extent have you been capacitated yourself as the department in as far as Section 9 is concerned, the right to equality, more particularly gender in this respect? What training has your department been engaged in regarding gender transformation? Or is your department only focused on its functions and its own officials are not trained regarding gender transformation, so that they can also look into it when they engage municipalities, that it is also furthered or advanced? So if you can outline those capacity programs for mainstreaming within your own department regarding gender, and particularly what you have observed regarding the Promotion of Equality and the Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act. I think it is a very important tool that your department should utilize when it is engaging with the municipalities in service delivery. Because even in service delivery, there are gender elements that are there too. So meaning that it is your key role, but there are also gender elements in service delivery that if you do not pay attention to the provisions of the PEPUDA, Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act, then it may be an oversight on your office regarding those obligations that are created there, that the municipalities may not be delivering in as far as the hardcore functions that you are able to support in. So that should also be ensured that there is mainstreaming that is taking place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bole. I've heard you saying that you are supporting traditional leaders with tools of trade. You've purchased the vehicles for them to perform their duties. I just want to hear from you, which duties are you referring to? And also, I just want to know the role of COCTA with regard to working with municipalities. I heard that you are not working closely with the hosts with regard to the work they are doing with regard to communal land. So we once went to COCTA with Kelebogile and Solofelo with regard to municipalities. We went there also, they were saying that they are not working closely with the municipalities. Now I'm here listening to you today again. You are working closely with the host with regard to other duties, but the other roles, they are not played by you. So I just want to hear, I will be happy if you can clarify to me what is the role of COCTA with regard to working with the host in the Northwest Province and also with the municipalities within the province. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Secretariat. I'll now hand over to the HOD. HOD, please bear in mind that if there are questions you're unable to provide, answers,
I just wanted to find out, or rather get clarity, because to my understanding, it's that COGTA is, the main role of COGTA is just administrative. And, but also you just mentioned something that you do also hold them accountable, hold traditional leaders accountable. So in cases of discriminatory practices, I want to understand, oh my goodness, that thing is literally, okay. So I want to understand how accountability is facilitated in cases of discriminatory practices, and do aggrieved individuals know of this? Do they know that they can actually go to COGTA and lay a complaint? So for instance, if a woman is discriminated against in processes of acquiring land or accessing land, do they understand that if all fails, they can actually get to COGTA and lay a complaint?
Are there any further questions from the Secretariat? Okay. I'll now hand over to the HOD. As I was saying, you are at liberty to answer the questions that you've got submissions for now. If you don't have any, you'll just indicate, and the same questions will be sent to you in correspondence to afford you the opportunity to give a comprehensive response in writing.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Let me appreciate questions raised by commissioners, the entire team. I'm not sure whether can I be allowed to bring the chief director responsible for traditional affairs to respond to some of the questions. And I do agree that in any event that we experience difficulty in responding to some of the questions, then we can do that in writing. Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We'll respond to the questions as follows. And those that we are unable to respond to now, we'll defer them and reduce them, our response in writing. Much as we say that we are not directly involved in the allocation of land, members of community, when they have complaints over allocation of sites, they do refer them to us. And we then, because we've got presence in every district except Dr. KK, we refer them to those officers for investigation, possible, with a view really to try to find an amicable solution. We can even cite the Bafokeng. Problems, complaints that come from Bafokeng come to us, then we refer them back to them to deal with them. SHRC is also having problems with people around allocation of lands. They refer them to us, and of course we request our officers to investigate. And of course I know that in the past we've dealt with a number of cases regarding complaints, especially in the Bafokeng area. So we are able. It's not necessarily to say that we are doing that. When complaints come of land nature, we do send officials there to go and investigate. We also say that regarding reconstitution of traditional council, the act is very clear. It says at least 1/3 of members of traditional councils should be women, both in the 60 and 40%. Because I think if you are maybe familiar with traditional councils, they've got a 60% that is elected by the royal family and traditional leaders. It is imperative that they also provide for for women in the selection of the 60% component. But also the 40% component that is elected by the community, it's imperative for them to ensure that a third of those are women. Failing which, of course, I think in terms of the TLA, they may not have to go back to the drawing board and ensure that really that is achieved. The allocation of vehicles, it's because we don't have funds. Hence, we buy them in batches. But we are providing to all traditional councils in the province, 56 of them. So, but due to financial challenges, we buy them in batches. So we have just replaced the batch that had reached the sell-by date, so which is 27 that the HOD is talking about. And thereafter, of course, we'll be now replacing the other batch because we don't have funds to replace them in one fell swoop. Well, of course, I think we do support the House. Of course, also is equally mandated really required actually to have women represented. We are fortunate that in the province, we are one of the first province to have a women traditional leader appointed. Why? Because we are when a traditional leader is replaced or he passes away, we have to go and compile a family tree. That's where really we point out to them to say, in terms of the constitution, this is the most senior person, he happens to be a female. Therefore, in accordance with the rules of succession, she must be identified as a successor. So that's what we are doing. We are doing it through the tool, family tree. Because I agree, it's a line of succession. If she is senior, then she must, of course, be. We've got a number of them in the province, based on the tool that of the family tree. So we are also through that also advocating for equality of women, as long as really they feature in that family tree as the most senior person in that particular community. That's what we're doing. And well, of course, I think there are cases of discrimination. We normally refer such cases to the House of Traditional Leaders, especially that arises in the TCs and so forth. But also, as a department, we also of course investigate cases of complaints over gender discrimination. We do have officials in the district who are instructed to go and investigate such cases when they arise. Well, I think we as the state, of course, there's no way that we can ignore discrimination of women in regards to issues of traditional leadership. And once that situation arises, of course, we stick by what the letter of the law, which is the Constitution. And then, of course, that's why in some cases we are very much unpopular, because we of course, as part of the state, we are there to really ensure that the Constitution takes precedence over anything that other people might be thinking of. We are supporting traditional councils, and the reason why we are supporting them financially is because, as you might be aware, majority of them has fallen on difficult times due to the level of unemployment. And as a result, they couldn't even pay their salaries of their employees. And also, of course, the advent of the National Minimum Wage Act. We had really to take over from them and ensure that they get salaries that are in line or maybe above the national minimum wage to ensure compliance and avoid them being taken to the labor courts and so forth. That's what we are doing. And the majority of those employees are women who are employed by traditional councils. But also we, as a department, we've got government officials that are seconded to those officers to try and assist them and, of course, ensure that they get the necessary support at a very higher level. We do get, I think, budget allocation. Yes, we do. There is value for money. And then, of course, there are capacity building from time to time. The department also is, when the situation allows, of course, also do workshop those employees who are at the traditional council level to ensure that really they render services in the manner that is required. I don't know, Doc, whether there's anything. All of the state. Well, there are, of course, as we said, there are challenges, of course, in dealing with the institution, because as you might be aware, the institution is characterized by challenges on daily basis in fighting over positions. There are disputes. Some of these disputes end up in court. We have to defend, and of course it's very costly. You know that to go to court is very costly now lately, and of course we have to defend the person that we have appointed, and of course those are some of the challenges. We know some of the funds that we could use to assist them end up being spent on lawyers. So, but I'm knowledgeable in terms of the customs and traditions of various communities to try and really stabilize the situation in those. But we are also, of course, as the Act dictates, Section 59, investigative committee, which is far cheaper than the route of a commission of inquiry. The Premier has already established 6 of them, which are dealing with disputes arising out of succession and so forth. Yes, of course, I think as I indicated, we are also striving towards ensuring that gender discrimination is dealt with at all levels. As you say, with Pepuda, that's why if you say that, you know, there are questions about women's succession and then arrangement of marriages and so forth, we are very aware to that, and of course, we do that in accordance with the customs and traditions of each and every community. Yes, tools of trade. Yes, of course. I think we are providing traditional leaders with cell phones and vehicles to ensure that they perform their functions. As and when they are required, of course, we use those cell phones for them to come and attend meetings and so forth. It's not an expensive tool because we are using transversal contract of the National Treasury. So that's what we are currently doing. Well, I think we have a challenge with regards to participation of traditional leaders in the municipalities. And that arose after the 2021 local government elections. The reason being that when the TKLA was promulgated, apparently they inserted a section that amended Section 81 of the municipal traditional areas who are going to participate in the municipalities. And of course, somebody raised this issue, and then they said, no, let's wait a bit and engage government. We want the amendment of that section, which was amended in the TKLA, to revert to the 20% that was in the previous legislation. Of course, I think this was brought to the attention of National COGTA, and they've since promised to amend that section to date. We are hopeful that, given that now the TKLA has been struck down by the Constitutional Court, and now the bill is has been generated and is now.
No, thank you very much, Rerutan. I think we have covered almost 95%, and if there are questions which we might have missed, we will welcome that the Commission put those questions in writing. But just to, escalate the role of COGTA in working with our municipalities vis-a-vis the traditional leadership. What we can confirm is that as COGTA, we are supporting our municipalities within the context of the 6 pillars. When we support them, ourselves and Provincial Treasury, we are looking into issues of basic service delivery that the municipality must execute in terms of Section 152 of the Constitution. We assist them strengthening issues of good governance, that councils must then sit and the council must play an oversight over municipal administration. And also in that we advocate for traditional leadership to sit in council meetings as per the Structures Act. And this is the matter that development, because they are the owners of land. And in some instances, we would want to, or rather Women's Settlement Department, they would want to build some houses and so on, and in the land that belongs to traditional leadership. So we work together in making sure that there is a land availability, and also we support them in terms of institutional capacity to have competent senior managers, advocate that our municipalities must initiate some systems that would then allow the participation of the community on matters that affects our community. So as I said, advocate and the commissioners and the entire collective, that if there are questions that we have missed, we would welcome written submissions and we'll respond accordingly. Thanks.
Thank you, HOD. I will now hand over to our CEO to provide concluding remarks just before we release the deponents of their oath.
One is interested to just get a sense of what are we don't want the specifics in terms of who did what, but what are the general issues that you encounter in terms of those investigations, because we want to draw a linkage between the issue that we are discussing here today and the role of the state. So if there is that indirect involvement, it also becomes important that we just lift that up so that in our final report we can just submit nicely. I was just a bit concerned, HOD, that we don't want to have a report that we table before Parliament that says COGTA in the Northwest has no role whatsoever by the state to realize gender equality in your strategies, in your programs, in your practices, in your department and together with the constituencies that you are working with closely. It must be a reflection of your leadership as COGTA that indeed these values are emulated across the necessary structures. So there must be a way in which we influence some of these practices. There must be a way in which we influence some of the behavioral and decision making that are taken either at the
CEO. I'll then hand over to the acting head of legal to release the deponent.
Thank you, Dr. Bole. You are released from oath. Thank you.
With those words and confirmation, we then declare the proceedings of the second session of the hearing finalized and closed. Thank you.